year installments, kalpas and things like that. So yeah, if have you done anything like Akashic record meditations?
I've done multiple meditations with worldwide known psychics multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
Worked with them a few times, though I have ended up in like a psych ward just from getting overloaded from being really spiritual and my mediumship and psychicism coming out.
Mm-hmm.
But I got more of a grip on it. My last time that I was at the hospital was last October. I got out, so. And it was only for a month. It was a really long time. That was probably the longest, but
I hope everything is okay.
Yeah.
I hope everything's okay. Yeah.
Better.
A month in the hospital is a nightmare, let's face it.
Yeah, no, it is, definitely.
So this, you seem pretty clear about what you want. Now, let me just preface this also just quickly by saying, I understand where you're coming from, because I have even from childhood, have very clear images of a previous existence of my own.
Yes, and I have those too. When I've done past life regressions, I've seen images, and this will freak some people out on the air listening, but I've had, where I've seen specifically 2 to 3 men in suits around me and walking outside of my house to the side of my trellis, and then it just gets black from there. And I've always been afraid of suffocating for some reason, and I do not like taking medicine. They tried to get me on schizophrenic medications, and what they did to Marilyn, basically. And I've had just some really crazy experiences happen where I should not be here today, and somehow I am.
Well, you're here, and you're aware. Yeah. That's a good sign. These. I'm not doing this as a plug, but there is a book that my company reprinted called "How I Discovered My Mediumship," and it was by probably the most famous American medium of the early 20th century, which means she's totally forgotten now. But see, she's been through. She explains what it's like growing up that way, and how everyone treated her like she was a lunatic. And yet. She gained an astonishing reputation as a very clear medical medium, in fact.
Yeah, I'm actually able to pick up on people's health problems that they're going through. I mean, it's crazy the things that I'm able to pick up on. I thought I was just a medium at first, but then I was able to pick up on like what's going on with your left eye, or your right knee, or your shoulder, or your back pain, or your stomach, like. Even your heart, like I could pick up on things that I just should not be able to. And with Marilyn Monroe, she also was very much into finding out about things. She visited Area 51 with John F. Kennedy. I mean, she did so many things.
Well,
her comrade too.
I live just a few blocks away from the Actors Studio, so
wow.
Have you ever visited there? I mean, that might be, you might, just standing near that building might do things for you, might bring things up.
I've actually been to New York one time. I swam in the Hudson River in Albany, and then I went to the Times Square, and then I went to Ellis Island to see like my history of like my biological family, and we dug into it a little bit because there's not much that I really know. I never knew my father, just like Marilyn Monroe. I still don't know him to this day. There's some mystery there. And my mother, she was in and out of prison.
And keep up with the meditation work, because you do have memories in there that you don't know you have from this life, even. Because our memories go way back. I'm running short on time here, but I would recommend, because you do see. I sometimes hear from people in your situation who don't understand what's happening to them or why. You're not in that. Yeah. You seem further along with that, which is fine. I mean, that'll help you. But I do think that if you look at mojoacademy.org and look at the book Understanding How I Discovered My Mediumship, there may be some things that you could pick up there that'll help you out, because it's a very moving story of a woman who survived all of the attempts to put her down in a way, So give it a shot.
Through my hospitalization.
It may help you out. Let me tell you that the one thing I'm seeing here, just let me leave you with this since I'm here for tarot. There's a Four of Cups is the card I get for you. And that is a card that shows a person looking at three cups, and there's another cup coming out of a cloud in a hand, and the person doesn't see it yet. That's a card of hidden influences. And that's important because that's what you're talking about. Is you want to get a handle on those hidden influences that are in your life.
Yes.
So, see what you can do through meditation. I recommend Tara Sutphin's meditation for Akashic memories. That's a very good one. If you can find that, I think it's still for sale. If not, if you have a problem with it, I can look around to see where it is and see if I can get you a copy. But that does very good too. But how I discovered my mediumship might help you. And remember, the point of this book is that you're dealing with hidden influences, and you know that, and you're not scared of them. That's the important thing. I've got to run now. I want to see if I can get one more call in, but it's been great talking to you, and I wish you all the best with this. And come to New York again and see if you can stand in front of the Actors Studio on 44th Street and see what happens. Because you were so close when you go to Times Square. Times Square is just a couple of blocks away. This is 44th between 9th Avenue and 10th.
Awesome.
Okay?
Thank you.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now. And let's see if we can get one more call in. We have a few minutes, and that would be Carrie in South Dakota. Hi, Carrie. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello.
Hi. We've just got a couple of minutes to go here. So what can I look at for you?
I'm wondering if you can tell me anything. I'm looking at possibly filing for bankruptcy, and if that is a good option for me or not.
Well, let me tell you, the first thing is all three cards here that I pulled out while you were starting to talk to me are about money. So, yeah. The Ten of Cups is the final card, which is a card of happiness and success and joy. So it's something worth pursuing. I definitely don't think that you should take the advice of the tarot cards in like a minute and a half reading. But it does look like this is a decent option. Because the end result I'm seeing is success.
Okay, thank you so much.
There's a success and emotional well-being. So that it's the best thing I could do is the question would be, and this is the really best for tarot, is if you go for the bankruptcy route, how will that work out? And this looks like it'll work out good. But please stay consulting professionals and see what you can do, okay? Because financially, these are weird times. I'm expecting gold to start losing value. That's how weird it is. So, don't take your advice from some cards, no matter how wonderful they are. That I don't think that will help you, but you're gonna come out okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Bye now. And that's it. We've come to the end of another session of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, where we get to look around the space-time continuum and see what's coming. You see, I told you there's going to be a lot of stuff about money and changes and things happening that are just strange, man. Because these are strange times. Like I said, when you get into inflation, it presents opportunities. All bad situations present good opportunities, but it's difficult. You got to be prepared for them, and very few people are. Like even a stock market crash. If you're young enough and you have the cash, that's a good time to start buying certain stocks. But no, this is we're looking at more lofty things here, which is the spiritual survival. So this is why I mentioned early on, why I mentioned the book Unmasking Fear. I think that's going to be a great help to anybody who's listening, is Unmasking Fear, because right now there are changes coming. That alone in itself is scary. And there are people whose sole job, they get paid hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars. Their sole job is to amplify that fear, is to make you more scared. And of course, they'll sell you a solution, or They'll do it just to keep you watching their programs. So, because, oh, I'm so scared. What's going on? What's going on? I'm not saying keep yourself uninformed, but just take it with a grain of salt, because they've been wrong before, as you know. Almost everything they told us about the wonderful little disease that's been going around, almost everything they told us, things that they threw you off social media for saying, are now considered true. So you see, just realize that the people who are holding themselves up as experts oftentimes don't know any more about this than you do. As Will Rogers said during one of his radio shows in 1935, during the depths of the Depression, I don't know any more about this than an economist does. Now, didn't the economists tell us that in December that if inflation would be gone? Remember that? That by December last year, inflation would be gone? Now it's worse than ever. But don't let it scare you. Trust me. These are things that you're going to have to learn to deal with, rather than let them terrify the hell out of you, because then you're going to not function and they're going to steal your life. It's bad enough they're hurting our money, but no, don't let them take your life. Well, that's it. I'll see you again next week at the same time here on the Ask One Radio Network. And remember, time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Bye-bye now.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for the Universal Mechanic with Simon Stone. Simon Stone. Live from the universalmechanic.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Universal Mechanic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everyone. Well, it's evening here in Europe, in the UK specifically, and good day for anyone else around the world. Hope we're all well. First of all, I have to give my sincerest apologies about last week, technical difficulties and all that, and me being an idiot with time zones. But I'm back this week. We're all good. But the energies have been very weird, very emotional, everything else. We have been in Saturn retrograde recently, so that would have a lot to do with it. And that finished around the 4th of November sort of time. And so leading up to the 4th of November, you may have felt that you've been forced to deal with and confront some emotional baggage, deal with situations that you shouldn't be in anymore, remove yourself that no longer benefit you from situations, and so on and so forth. So there may have been some turmoil for a lot of people, as we know in previous weeks. So first of all, as a good mentor of mine said years ago, be kind to you. First of all, always be kind to you. Stop, be kind to you. Make sure you're okay first before you can move forward and deal with any situations when energies are all around the place and you're developing or you're connecting to spirit or spirit are trying to connect to you. It can cause us so many different emotional reactions, physical reactions, mental reactions, and can cause us some mental health issues as well if we don't deal with them, if we don't meditate and we don't move forward. The stresses that it can build up to ourselves can be, a daily thing that can cause us grief, tension. Then you end up having issues with personal relationships, friendships, partnerships at work, whatever. May be difficult. Your partner, your friends may be difficult. And then it can cause agitation. And sometimes we need to just stop. Take a deep breath. Make sure we're okay. Remove any emotional reactions we may be feeling, any physical reactions we may be feeling, anxiety, stress, whatever there may be, anger, frustration, resentment. And we take it from there. And we see what happens, if that makes sense. But you have to make sure you're happy first before anything. Because how can you enjoy life if you're not happy? How can you deal with everyday things if you're not happy? So the power is within you, and he's always about you, and not on a selfish way, not on a I don't care about anybody else way. It's making sure you're being the best version that you can be. Maybe you have to learn who you are, truly know who you are, work out the learned behaviors, the programming that we all face and we all have to deal with on a daily basis, and other people's opinions and thoughts and beliefs. Living in this world is quite a difficult thing to do, to navigate your way through life without upsetting people or giving out love and light or sticking up for yourself, just being strong for you. It's not the easiest thing to do. So be kind to you. You're on a journey and you're battling every day, no matter what it is. So always be kind to you. So going on that, I've got Heather on the line from Placerville, or Placerville, I think it's pronounced. So I do apologise if I got it wrong. Heather, are you there, Heather?
Right, you got it right. This is Heather.
Perfect. How are you doing, Heather?
Hey, what you just said, though, resonates with what I'm going through right now.
I understand. So there you go. Yeah. So you can understand it. So hopefully from the 4th, so, what are we today? We're the 7th today, aren't we? So from the 4th, the last couple of days, hopefully things will start turning. There's normally a few days hangover of it. But whatever issues you're dealing with or facing with, they should slowly start to seem like they're being resolved one after the other. And sometimes we have to allow that energy to flow and just to trust the process. Does that make sense, Heather?
Definitely, definitely.
But are you
Got me
okay
in
though?
tears already.
Are you okay though, Heather, in yourself?
Okay, I'm going through a lot right now, and just hearing that there's hope coming, that's good.
I can be honest. I'll be honest with you. I can feel your emotion that you feel. We can hear it in your voice as well. And I'll be honest with you. I do have spirit with me, or an energy that with me, and they just want to ask you a question. When was the last time you done something nice for yourself? Went and got your hair done. Went and got your nails done. Bought a new outfit or something. When was the last time you done something that was just for you?
Can't remember, it's been so long. At least over a year.
Maybe that's what you need to do at the moment. Just be kind to you. Just go and put a couple of hours aside just for you, and just let yourself know that you're okay, that you're good.
I don't know.
Also when you're struggling emotionally, Heather, sometimes just physically actually stop where you are, whether you're at home or out and about, but just put yourself to one side and stop and just close your eyes and take 3 long, deep breaths in through the nose and out through the mouth. And you will find that emotionally, mentally, and physically, you will find an instant relief. It doesn't last forever, obviously. Stresses come and go and worries come and go. But if you, in that moment, if you just take 3 long, deep breaths, it can calm you enough to a level that you go, right, okay, I know what I need to do to keep moving forward.
Yeah.
Try that, Heather.
I'll do that.
Can I say I'm being shown there's a birthday around now or coming
Yes.
up. They just want to acknowledge whoever. I've got a gentleman with me, an older man, and he just wants to acknowledge a birthday that's coming up or is around now.
Yeah. Yes. I'm all emotional.
I
It's
can
kept inside my
hear
head.
that. I can hear that, sweetie. I know you're calling this line, but are you a spiritual lady yourself anyway?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Right. They understand they're not telling you off or anything else like that. So don't think this what I'm going to say, but because they understand emotionally how you're feeling and it's not easy for you. Because I really do feel, if I'm honest, really quite emotional, and I feel quite sick as well, if I'm honest, with it. But Spirit want you to know, just try and sit and close your eyes and try and meditate if you can, or try and calm yourself, because they're trying to get through to you to let you know that they are actually around you. And there's been a couple of times they're showing me that you thought spirit had connected with you or you felt spirit around, but because your emotions at the moment, you're struggling to see clearly. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So they really want you to try and, even if it's just for 5 minutes, to try and open up your mind and connect to spirit how you would normally connect to spirit, and you will feel they'll instantly come in and be aware of how you physically feel. They're telling me.
Yeah.
So if you're feeling anxious or emotional, you will feel the physical relief of them calming your anxiety, calming your emotions. You will feel the physical relief of that.
We'll do that.
Okay.
Yes.
Why am I seeing red and white flowers or red and white roses?
I'm not sure.
Or I'm seeing the colours red and white in specifically, but I'm seeing red and white flowers.
Huh. I don't know.
Right, what's round and is red and white? It could be a letter O, it could be the number O, 0, or the letter O, or something that's round, a symbol. But I'm seeing something that's round and it's red and white, and there's flowers either around it or part of it.
I haven't seen like that at all. I don't know. I have
Right,
a
bear
red
that
candle
in
that's
mind.
round, but that's it.
Bear that in mind, because I get the idea that you may see something that's predominantly red and white, and there's flowers around it, whether it's a sign, a symbol, or something. But you'll see it, and when you see that, be aware of what's going on around you. Okay, I think it's
Okay.
spirit want to get a message across to you, or there's going to be a reason for it. Okay.
Okay. I'll pay attention.
And I'm being asked, what's happening in 2 weeks? Is there
I'm
anything
not sure.
significant in 2 weeks around around the 21st of November?
Nothing that I can think of.
No worries. Well, then this red and white thing may be in 2 weeks, but it'll either be in 2 weeks or within 2 weeks. Okay, so just be aware of things around you for the next couple of weeks. Okay.
I will.
I do feel that help is coming your way, Heather, to help you try and resolve one or two issues. And I'm just being told, and I think you'll know and you'll understand this. I'm just being told, it's okay to speak your own truth, speak your own voice. It's almost like you hold some things back because you're frightened of what the reactions will be.
I do.
And I'm being
I never
told that
speak up.
it's okay to speak your truth.
I don't know. I don't do that ever.
Sorry, I didn't hear that last bit, Heather.
I don't speak up ever. I just kind of hope everything is.
Just try and I get the feeling that you need to trust in you and believe in you and what you believe. It's almost like you don't feel worthy.
No, not at all. Not at
So
all.
you need to speak your own truth. You have a right to speak up your own truth and to say, this is how I feel and this is what I think. Because we're creatures that communicate and we have to talk. Now, human speech is actually, when you think about it, one of the worst ways to try and convey information to somebody else, because there's limited words and we can't sometimes fully describe how we feel or what we're trying to deal with. So you have to talk and discuss, because the more you talk and the more you discuss, the more everybody understands everybody else. And you understand where other people are coming from, people understand where you're coming from, and so on and so forth. So we have to talk. But when we talk, we have to be authentic and we have to tell our own truth. You have that right, as do everybody else, and not everybody is going to agree. But you never know, you could speak your truth and someone could turn around and say, oh, I didn't see it like that, I apologize, or I didn't see it that way, I didn't think of it like that. And then suddenly you've resolved the situation just because people weren't aware of your truth. So we all have a right to speak our truth.
You have to work on that for sure.
Does that make okay? Well, I wish you well, Heather. I really do, and
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I hope you find a sense of peace.
Thank you so much for your time.
You're more than welcome, Heather. You take care.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. No worries. Take care. I have Regan on the Gold Coast in Queensland, Australia. Regan, are you
How are
there?
you?
I'm well,
I'm
Regan.
good.
How are
I'm
you?
here.
How's life for you,
I'm
Regan?
good. Nice morning this morning.
Good, good. Well, I would imagine it would be being in Queensland, Australia, and Gold Coast. But
Yeah.
so, are you a spiritual lady yourself? Do you practice spirit, or
Yes.
it's just an interest?
Sorry.
Or is it just an interest, or is it actually something you do?
I do oracle cards and tarot cards for my friends, but I am spiritual. I'm just sort of getting
Yeah,
into it.
yeah, I got you. So you're quite in tune with yourself.
Oh, I don't know about myself, but yeah, I pick up on a lot of things. Yes.
Would you understand
Whether I
while I'm
listen to
picking
it.
up? Would you understand while I'm picking up a ball of energy around you or deep in your stomach of frustration?
Yes. 100%.
Is it like things aren't either aren't moving as fast as you would like, or things aren't happening the way you would like? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. I would
And that,
say
and that, and 2 seconds, don't feed the medium. I'm fat enough. Um, but
yep.
would you understand though? That I'm also getting the feeling that that the frustration is towards people.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
2 seconds. Let me just try and work this. God, my stomach's just done absolute somersaults. 'Cause you're actually quite strong, a strong spiritual energy, aren't you? You're actually quite
Yes.
well, not single-minded. You know who you are. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
You know your own mind, and you know you're not frightened to speak your mind, which is actually a really, really good thing. Right.
It took a lot to
Would
get
you
there.
would you understand why I'm being told to tell you that sometimes, not sometimes, the only thing we can control is ourselves. And what other people say, do, and think, there's not much we can do.
Yep.
And no matter
100%.
how much, and no matter how much people frustrate you, mate, it's almost like the opposing energy that I'm getting. It's almost like someone is seeing the complete opposite view of what you're seeing. Does that make sense?
In a
And you'll
situation
get
or in myself?
no in a situation, not in
Yes.
yourself.
Yes.
I
Yes.
feel it's like someone else is seeing the complete opposite of what you're trying to do or what you're trying to or whatever it is. They're seeing a completely different. But not only that, it's frustrating you to the point you're actually starting to question: are they doing this on purpose?
100%. Yep. Yep. Very much so.
I'm being told you
Very
need to
much
trust.
so.
I'm being told you need. I'm being told, Regan, you need to trust your own instincts.
Yeah. I'm having it with a
Right,
few people though.
do you get a lot of like stomach churning and things like that?
Oh, gorgeous. Yep. Yeah. Nausea
Right,
and just yep.
right. Okay, so you get the nausea, the anxieties, the butterflies, you get, knotted stomachs, the whole lot. I'm like
Absolutely.
spirit showing
Yes.
me that's one of their ways because it's one of the ways they communicate with me, and also it's one of my ways that my own soul communicates with me because my soul sits in the pit of my stomach, the solar plexus chakra, and
Yep.
and so when I'm doing something I shouldn't be doing, my soul will be like knotting my stomach up and going, no, you can't do it. Or if it's something that I should be doing, it will be excited and like, go and do it, go and do it. So the gut instinct type
Yes.
thing. So they're saying in your development, even in everyday life, not just spiritual and tarot cards and all that, in everyday life, if you're talking to someone or dealing with situations and your stomach's doing something, that could be your own soul or spirit trying to communicate with you and tell you, hey, they're lying, or no, that's what you should be doing, or no, whatever it is, they're trying to
Oh,
get a
that makes
message.
sense. That
Does
makes
that
a
make
lot of
sense?
sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does
So
actually. It makes a
you
lot
know,
of sense.
you know that feeling we've all had without spirit, that sometimes you can be standing there talking to someone and you just know, you don't know how, but you just know someone's lying to you. As they're talking to you, you can just, there's a feeling you're just going, that's part of it all. So
Yeah,
when you're
I get a
standing
lot of
there and
energy.
exactly, so you're reading people's energies. It's not just
Very
about
much. And it
spiritualism.
overwhelms me.
It I'm with you there. I'm with you there, Regan. Trust me, you should have seen me
Yep.
12, 15 years ago. You know, the energies can be very overwhelming, can be very stimulating and make you feel a little bit out there and spacey and various things and
Suffocating.
getting a bit, yeah, and very suffocating and all that. But when you go through the process of development, you will you'll start to understand what all these feelings are for. You'll start to understand why you feel certain ways. So next time it happens, you'll be very aware of it all. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah. There's a few scenarios playing in my head at the moment that yep, I know exactly what you're saying, and
I
I
know
didn't
you're saying
think that the gut could be
your gut is your own soul
the
and or
communication side.
another. Yeah, great way for your spirit to get a message across to you and the conduit and all that. Hi, welcome back, everyone. Sorry about that technical difficulties, but yeah, carry on, Reagan. Where was do you understand what we were saying there about gut feeling? And sometimes
Absolutely. Yeah,
if you listen
it's
to your
it's
gut
actually
instinct,
making sense now that the communication side.
yeah, I
Yeah,
hope it
because I
helps.
have it all the time.
Yeah, this is where I say everything is about us. And that's not in a selfish way. All the information we ever want in our life is actually in us if we search for it and learn it and develop it and learn to understand what it means. So when you're standing there and you're talking to somebody and you've got a really horrible feeling and something's not right, that's when you go, oh, right, okay, you know, spirit or my own soul is warning me about something. Something's not right, and then suddenly you start to see things that maybe once you didn't
And
see
that's when
before.
that does happen a lot, and that's why I feel like I've become, when I start, because I'm getting it so often, the nauseated feeling, I get very cold, and I'm just like, I just switch off from the conversation because I know they're not listening, so why waste my time?
Yeah, no, I understand that completely. But this is where you now have a right to, you know, as much as we try and accommodate other people's energies and other people's opinions and characters and what they want and don't want in their life, you also have a right to get to a point where you go, no, hang on. You know, if you're not interested or you not want to listen to me or whatever, you then have a right, like you say, to switch off and, you know, get on with
Yeah,
your own
I've
life.
got to that
Find the
point now.
people that,
I usually listen once, I'll usually listen twice, I'll counsel once, I'll counsel twice, but at the third time I'll say I'm not wasting my time anymore, and I'll say it straight to their face.
yeah, three strikes and you're out. And that's fair enough. You've given them a fair warning and fair chance. And that's all right.
Yeah.
That's okay. You know, this is we're so programmed for our life that we have to consider others and everything else, and we do, and that's what makes us nice and kind or whatever. But not
Yeah,
to the death.
I feel like I
But
had
not
a lot nicer heart before.
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But not to the This is what I'm saying. We do all that stuff. We'll be nice to people and everything, but not to the detriment of ourselves, because there are people out there that will take advantage of someone being nice, kind, and all the rest of it. Um, so, but that's where we have the strength ourselves to suddenly get to that point. We go, like you said, You do it 3 times, and that's where the line's drawn. But that's what we have to do. We have to get to that point. Let also other people know, hang on, you're at the line now. I'm now.
Yeah.
We have a right to speak our own truth. And
That's
this is where
true.
communication.
And the frustration with me is through the roof at the moment. Like, just frustrated, anger, just annoyed. Just
Yeah.
It's been really hard.
That's where, again, like I said to the lady on the call before, I say the same to you. If you're getting annoyed, very frustrated, which I can understand, totally understand. It's not a criticism, but when we're annoyed and frustrated, that's when, let's be honest, we all tend to make a situation worse when we're annoyed, frustrated, and all the rest of it. We can end up getting sucked into that energy and creating a bigger mess. But that's, again, when I say, if you're feeling frustrated, annoyed, and you can feel your blood boiling, and you're starting to get angry, stop. Just take a step back, take yourself out into a different room, whatever. Just take yourself away for 30 seconds. Just close your eyes and just take 3 long, deep breaths in through your nose and out through the mouth. You have control of you. And if we're allowing other people's energies and other people's actions to create an emotional and physical reaction in us, then we're allowing them to control us.
Yes.
And what we have to do is learn how to control ourselves. So when we're feeling like that, and we're feeling on edge, and we're feeling angry, frustrated, annoyed, and all the rest of it, so we have to take a step back, take a deep breath. You can still say the same things, you can still ask the same questions, but do it in a calmer way. But also, when you're calmer,
that's where I think I'm unwinding. I think I'm unwinding at the moment because that's just constant. So I used to be able to remove myself. Now it's just everywhere I look. It's just continual all day, that complete frustration. The whole situation, everything's overwhelming. So I don't know how to shut down when it's everything.
Right, I got you. Do you meditate at all, Regan?
No, I don't. I can't visualize.
Try. Seriously, I understand you can't do. Or if you can't meditate, stand under a shower. Just stand under a shower for 10 minutes and don't do anything. And just close your eyes and just relax. Physically relax your body and let go of energies. The situation won't change, but physically, you mentally and emotionally, by doing those things, it will make you calmer, make you less stressed. We all know when we get stressed, our body releases that hormone cortisone, which over a period of time is actually not good for you. It can damage your body and so on and so forth. So all this stuff has a knock-on effect. So first of all, make sure you are physically, mentally, and emotionally okay and happy. And if you're not, work out why you're not and deal with them, and then get yourself happy, and then you can deal with any situation. Seriously, it gives you a strength.
I think quite sick at the moment.
Yeah, and telling the truth gives its own strength. Speaking your own truth gives its own strength. You suddenly build your own strength by saying to yourself, I'm speaking the truth here, and I'm actually finally being heard. But you're being heard because you're speaking out. You're finally speaking your truth. Anyway, I hope all that helps, Regan. But I got to go because we're coming towards the end of the show. But I hope that helps. I hope you're well, Regan, and I hope you're well also, Heather, who I spoke to earlier. Please take care of yourselves. Always be kind to yourself. If you're struggling, like I said, take yourself, get your hair done, get your nails done, go and watch a movie, get a nice hot bath with candles, listen to good music. Whatever it is that you like doing, do something for yourself, and you'll find that you'll be a lot happier. So again, thank you, everyone, and I'll see you all next week. You take care.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from tarotwithsteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right, hi guys. Welcome. I am your mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio. Happy Hump Day today. I am excited to be on today as usual. And I have a feeling we're going to have another amazing episode tonight on my podcast. So I'm hoping that you all had a great week. And about you guys, but here in Utah, we're starting to see the fall colors come on the leaves. So if you're in a state where you get to actually experience with the different seasons, it's beautiful. So we're starting to see temperatures drop, which makes me a little sad, but I'm actually excited to see the fall come because I feel like that's one of my favorite holidays of all times is Halloween and my favorite season. So I actually am a summer girl, but I sure do love the fall time. Went out today and put all of my fall stuff out, and I thought about putting all of my Halloween witchy stuff, but I thought, all right, we'll do this, in the correct order, I guess, if you will. I don't know, but anyhow, I am just super looking forward to so many fun things coming. I just finished this last week. Had the absolute privilege, if I can talk, the absolute privilege of being able to provide readings at FanX. So here in Utah, kind of like it's Comic-Con, millions of people. I mean, it was incredible. And I went with my paranormal team called WASP. And actually, we're super excited because next week we will be doing a special news episode on Channel 5 KSL here in Utah. And we'll be going out to a very famous, I guess it's kind of like a hotel, castle, home in the Ogden, Utah area. And we're going to be doing a paranormal investigation on the news for the Halloween episode. So that's going to be super fun to do. I think my husband thinks I'm nuts because I love to go out and do paranormal investigations. It's like the ghost hunting stuff, and it's that time of year. So we got that coming up, which will be super exciting. And I'll post on my Mini Medium page and also on my website, mini-medium.com. So my new website is mini-medium.com, and all of my stuff is posted there. And then we had the opportunity to also do readings at an amazing musical concert venue called Super Bloom. And that was this last week as well. And one of the most incredible, very genuine, loving bands, they're called the National Parks Band. So giving them a shout out. I got the beautiful opportunity to read for some of them and meet them. And one of the band members, her name is Sid. She's the one that actually called and said, hey, we would love to have you come and be a part of the venue. So it's amazing. So lots of great opportunities have been coming, and it's all because of you who follow me, who support me, who believe in me. So please know that I am so grateful, so forever grateful for all of you. And then last but not least, October 7th, here in Utah at the Fun Redemption Bar and Grill in Harriman. I will be doing my annual Halloween event there. It's going to be fun. A couple hours of just channeling loved ones in spirit, coming costume. We're going to have drinks and have amazing food, and a DJ is coming. And it's just so many fun things. It's such a fun time of year. So hopefully, if you live in Utah, come out and see me then. If not, hop on a plane, come out and see me anyways. So, okay. All right. As usual, we're going to do our weekly affirmation. And this week's affirmation, this is for everybody. So, reminder affirmation is that promise to yourself, things that you are going to do or just, you're going to affirm, right? That's what that means. So, okay, your affirmation for the week says, in my heart, I know that good things are coming my way. So just keep telling yourself, I'm telling you these affirmations, they'll manifest. So keep saying, in my heart, I know that good things are coming my way. So I will post that affirmation on my mini medium page on Facebook and on Instagram, and then also on my website. So, all right, beautiful. So let's go ahead and take my first caller. And this is Rachel, and Rachel's from Texas. Hi, Rachel.
Hello, nice to be talking with you.
Yes, you as well. How are you, my friend?
I'm good, just busy working.
Well, I'm yeah, living the dream, right? Living the dream.
Yeah.
Oh,
but I'm about to go to a concert show to see Tyler Henry, so that's exciting.
Oh my gosh, I'm so jealous. Oh, I'm so jealous.
I'm so excited.
Oh my gosh.
And then I
hope
get
you get read.
so it's like the most wonderful day. Like I'm in shock right now.
Oh my God. Oh, well, that is a huge compliment to me, Rachel. Thank you. Oh my gosh. I absolutely love Tyler Henry. I do. I love a lot of his ways of channeling. And I also do what's called automated writing or psychography, like he does. When he scribbles, I do a lot of that as well.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, right.
I love it. Well, tell me, what can I help you with tonight?
So, do you speak to the other side?
Hence the name Mini Medium, my friend. Absolutely.
Okay, so I got so many people. I got all my people up there. So I'm just wondering if anybody wants to connect with me.
Okay, beautiful. Okay, so I don't know, if you listen to my show every week, just during the day, I'm very mindful of numbers, and that is my guides or that is loved ones in spirit who come and say, this particular number is really going to connect and validate who I am to my loved one. And so let me ask, because I do take a couple callers a night, and then also after my live, after my live podcast on A1R, I do about 2 hours of free readings on my Facebook page on Mini Medium. So just keep that in mind afterwards. If you want to hop on and let me know who you are, and we may be able to even do some more of your reading. But with that said, the number that I've really been seeing today, actually, I had two that pop into my head. I had the number 14, so 1-4, and then also the number 47. So four.
Let's just say I'm not going to give my social security, but a lot of the digits are 1414. So that's crazy.
Okay. Say that again, hon. I'm sorry.
So in my social security number is the 14, and my birthday is October 14th.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
I got to figure out what 47 means, though. I got to think on that one.
Yes. So the 14 would just validate that your loved ones are saying, yes, Rachel is, here's her birthday, the 14th, and now she's going to be meeting with you. So yes, think about that 47. Like I said, it'll be April 7th, or someone could be born in 1947. So this would be someone in their 70s. They would have passed and would have been, 70, 75, 76, 76 about. So just keep that in mind. But let me, I'm going to focus for a moment because I do want to see, I'm picking up on any of your loved ones. So let me tell you right away. Has I have got oh wow, okay, I've got a father that's stepping in. So has your dad passed or a father figure?
No, no.
Okay, so this is like this is definitely a male. So this is a father. Um, Now I know that of course the older we get, we have grandfathers that pass. So do you have a grandfather on the other side?
No, I don't have a grandfather. I have somebody that was black. He was really old, but he wasn't kin to me, but I called him my uncle, and we
Okay,
were real
okay,
close.
very close with Tim. Oh, oh, see, they're already messing with my electronics. So you said, Rachel, you were close with him, correct?
Uh-huh. Yeah,
Okay,
we did a lot together.
okay, okay. Let me see if this is who this is I'm connecting with. Um, boy, he's he already was messing with my connection there. I'll tell you, the minute I start channeling, they want to mess with my phone. Um,
Yes, I love
and
that.
Yes, I do too. I love when they start to do that. So, and he just showed me the number 61. Boy, that's a very big number. So, this will be the age of 61, or this can even be June, the month of June, or January. So there's some connection with that. Do you connect with that right away with him?
Mm, I don't know what the age he was when he passed. He could have been that age. I'm not sure,
Okay,
but
okay,
he
just
might
keep
have.
that
I
in
don't
mind.
know.
Yeah. Okay, no, that's fine, honey. Keep that in mind. Um, Now he is
Are you
coming
able to
through with
speak to anybody specifically if I ask?
yes, absolutely.
Okay, well, my sister, I really would love to speak to her.
Okay, hun. Okay, okay. Let me see what if I can get anything there. Um, okay. I just heard a three-syllable R name, so I'm getting like Rebecca, um, three-syllable R name just right now. And then she's showing me a single. I'm getting a single white rose right now. So there's something about the rose or roses. Um, but then I do hear the three-syllable R name. So if it's not connecting right away, take it with
Well,
you.
well,
Um,
could it be Lorraine? No.
is that your sister?
No, well, her middle name's Lorraine.
Okay. No, this is three-syllable R. So keep that in mind, Rebecca. Um, like
My
Rolanda.
name's
I can.
Rachel.
This would be the three syllables. That's okay. Keep it in mind, hon. But do you connect with the white roses? Why I'm seeing white roses very specifically.
Hmm. I don't know. I don't
Okay.
remember the funeral or anything because I was in, that state of shock still.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. Let me see what else I can get. Because you have many on the other side, by the way. You have many. So
I have
I'm looking
more
at like,
people that were close to me on the other side than I have here.
I'm
I lost
so
them all.
sorry, hon. You did. And that could be why we're getting so much information at once, because the minute that you open up, I call it that portal, they all want to come in. So, um, but okay. So, if this is sister, I'm starting to feel. Um, Now she comes across the female that I'm starting to pick up on right now. That her passing is very quick and very unexpected. I feel like her soul is taken from her very fast. Does that connect with your sister?
Yeah, she died very unexpectedly. Like,
Okay,
she took her own life.
she did. Okay, okay, hun. Yeah, and
I
I
don't know
feel
if that
like
was
that.
too much information, but
Yeah, no, that's fine, hun. Um, And one thing I'll tell you, uh, she very much, the visions I keep getting right now is a lot of the very doves. That's the bird. I keep seeing the doves, the white birds. So, um, boy, she loves to use the color white because of the white roses and the white doves. So please keep that in mind, okay?
She
Um,
had a white car.
she very much is very, she likes the white. I don't know what that's about. um, but she definitely does. She's making my body feel full of toxins at the moment. So did she take something? Did she ingest
Yeah,
something?
yeah, she
Okay,
overdosed on a bunch of pills.
she did. Okay,
She
I'm so
intentionally.
sh- yeah, and she does come across as being that she did struggle with the depression. She did struggle with a lot of even uh, past past demons, as she's showing me. Just really struggled with a lot of her past things that she had, that were happening to her back even when she was a child. So I do feel like she's struggling or was struggling while she was here in the physical world with a lot of that too. Um, she is showing me two children connected to her. Did she have children?
Yeah, she had three.
She had the three. Okay. So she's just showing me two at the moment. So I'm not sure why, but she
One
shows
was
me her.
older. It could be because one was
Okay.
older, and two, she didn't get to visit them for like 4 years, and that's what was bringing her so down
Ah,
because
gotcha.
they were
Okay.
littler.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think, a lot of times when souls, are trying to come through, but because they had taken their life while they were here in the physical, sometimes it takes other loved ones to help bring them forward. And I feel that's what's happening here. She's very a little hesitant, not reluctant, but just hesitant. And it can be too that she knows that this reading is broadcast all around the world. So it could be that she's just wanting to keep this more in a smaller private setting. I've had souls do that a lot of time. In 27 years that I've done this, I'll tell you, they still stay that same personality that they were here in the physical world. And I do feel that she was a little bit of a private person, when she was here, and that could be the little bit of hesitation. Um, now, I know I have another caller that's waiting as well, but let me tell you a couple things. I pulled a few cards to see if she wanted to guide me that way. Um, and what's really interesting, I'm going to show it on my live because if you go back and watch on YouTube on Moonstruck TV, you'll see it. One of the cards I pulled is the number 14, Rachel. I just
Oh,
pulled it randomly, and it's this beautiful red temperance card. And so I feel your sister, it would make so much sense why she is showing me your birthday of the 14. And then she has me pull a card with the 14. So this is her way of just wanting to validate that connection with the two of you. Um,
yeah, she's gonna party with me on my birthday coming up.
Yes, I love it. No, I love it. Um, and the temperance card too. If you think of tempered glass can't be broken. So what this says is that now that she is in spirit, she now feels like she's not broken, no longer broken anymore. Do you understand that?
Yeah, she can now see her baby.
Yes, exactly, exactly. Well, I'll tell you, if you're up and available here in about an hour, I'll be on my Facebook page, my mini medium Facebook. I'm going to go live and
Okay.
do more reading. I would love to see if we can't channel her more, um, because I feel like she's wanting to step forward, but I think just a little reluctant. But the overall feeling that I get from her too, though, I feel, Rachel, is that she's just very at peace. And to me, feels like she's finally more productive on the other side than she feels she was here in the physical. So, very protective of you, that's for sure. Very protective.
Good. I need her. I need her to be. She's my
Absolutely.
light. Well, thank you
Absolutely.
so much for taking my call.
Oh my gosh, thank you for calling, and I hope to see you maybe on my live in an hour.
Oh, you will. See you soon. Bye.
Okay, hun. Okay, bye-bye. All right, guys. Okay, lots of energy that comes in. So let's go ahead and take my next caller, and this is Lucy. Lucy from Arkansas. Hi, Lucy.
Hi, it's Ann Allen. You know me.
Oh my gosh, how are you?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
Oh my gosh, hon, I'm hanging in there. I love that you got hooked up with me. That's amazing.
It
Well,
was so random. I was like, oh, wow, okay.
that is crazy. Well, how can I help you tonight? And I know I've got about 6 minutes or so, maybe less.
Let's
I don't
just
know.
do a
Time
general
flies.
today.
General, hun? Okay. Okay, let me see what comes up. Just with cards here. I'm going to throw a few cards out. So, um, all right, my friends. So, a couple of things that came up. So, general, um, well, you pulled, I'm using my chakra tarot, and two cards that came up, I'll show them on the live, are both orange. So, I've got a Two of Wands that came out upside down, and then I've got a Strength card that came out right side up. So right there, the orange within chakras, that is connecting to your sacral. And your sacral chakra is where life is brought into this world. But this is also connecting to the female organs. And I know we've done your reading in the past. And I know if I remember right, and correct me if I'm wrong, but working on your health has been very important, right?
Yes, yes.
Yes. Okay. Okay. So the fact that the two and that orange comes in and the strength card. Now, the wand being upside down is just, I want you to know here in the next, oh goodness, probably here in the next 6 weeks, then you're going to see some changes coming um, with your strength being challenged a bit. So, here in the next 6 weeks, just be prepared with some things happening. However, what's going to be important is that you remember the strength that you have gone through your many of years, and then also connecting with that true self of yours. Because I do feel so 6 weeks puts us about the end of October. Um, so just remember about the end of October into that November time, some big changes coming, but really tap into that strength that I know that you have. Um, and then pulling out those wands, meaning getting what you want, when you want, and how you want it. So, uh, just make sure that you're not going back to old ways. Okay, my friend. Just remember,
Okay.
because I feel like that can happen here in the next 6 weeks. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. But without a doubt, I know that you're going to get through it. And without a doubt, I know that this next huge, beautiful spiritual awakening is just going to be so worth it. So worth it, my friend. So I'm excited for you. And then the fact your two cards that just randomly I pulled makes so much sense with that. I have no doubt, without a doubt. Um, does that help you with kind of a general sense of what's coming?
Yeah. As we had talked before about my surgery coming up for my gastric bypass and everything.
That's right. That's right. That is right.
That's going to be happening closer to December and stuff. So lots of big changes.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Well, that makes sense. So this will be preparing you for that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I know without a doubt that you have it within you. And I know without a doubt that this surgery is just going to be exactly what you need, my friend. So put out and manifest all that beautiful energy you have.
Thank you so much. That kind of goes on and confirms what the other cards you pulled. It kind of just goes along with it.
It sure does. It sure does. That makes me happy. This is why I love using the cards. They just love to guide us exactly where we need to go. So, but I hope to see you tonight. Maybe I'll see you on my live here in about an hour.
Yes, I will.
Okay. Okay.
Thank
All right.
you so much.
Well, thanks for calling. Oh my gosh, you're so welcome. It was good talking to you again. Have a great night.
You. You too.
Okay.
Bye.
All right. Okay, bye. All right. Well, we got a few minutes here. This is what I love. My followers are very dedicated and very loyal, and they love to come in and even just getting little general readings. And that means a lot to me. That's what keeps me going some days, I'm telling you. So I got a couple minutes real quick, but which I'm not used to. I love it though, because we can throw out some good things. So please go on my Facebook page. Facebook is Mini Medium. And then my website is mini-medium.com. So mini-medium.com. All of my stuff is on there. My amazing assistant, Savannah, has put together this beautiful website. You can book a reading with me. I am booked, I believe, until end of October, 1st of November. October fills up fast, obviously, with Halloween and that. So pop on, come see me. Come see me at Redemption on October 7th, and that'll be at 6:30 p.m. Doors open at 6 p.m. It'll be so fun. And I'm hoping I can go live for those who are out of state. And thinking of out of state, by the way, I'm going to start traveling. I'm going to be doing some events and touring on the East Coast, which is going to be so fun. So watch for that to come, obviously, on the website as well. But I hope you all have such a beautiful and wonderful week. Be safe, and I will see you guys next week. All right. Bye, guys.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Soul Alignment Mentor with Angie Harris. Live from AngieHarris.org.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Soul Alignment Mentor
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome back, everyone. If you are just now tuning into me for the first time, my name's Angie. I am a soul alignment mentor, which simply means that I help people realign with their highest self, their consciousness, their intuition, and reprogram the ego mind in order to understand yourself as more of a spiritual being than just a human. And so I wanted to share a little bit today about some intuitive insights I've been getting recently, um, about our emotions and our human comprehension of how we work in this world. And I was thinking before I got on, if I could title this as something, I would call it, Are You Constipated? And when I say that, I talk about emotions. Are you holding things in your body, in your energy, that are clogging you up and causing you to struggle in everyday life? Whether that's showing up in your family life, at work, or just simply feeling kind of in a fog, maybe struggling with having negative beliefs or not really feeling positive throughout your day. And the reason I share this is just simply because as I've been doing healing work for over 20 years, I have come to understand that a lot of us hold many emotions in our body that then begin to manifest outwardly and cause us to struggle with relationships, with focus, with limiting beliefs, with being able to show up as our best self in all settings. The more we allow ourselves to feel things or get to know our own emotions and release them, the easier it is for us to feel free in all settings, whether that's the relationship in your family or a partner or at your job, working with coworkers or with someone that you might struggle with. And so I wanted to bring this to light to some people because it can be a hard thing to understand what might be causing us to feel a certain way. And it could simply be because you haven't allowed yourself to understand what emotions you are holding in your body. And so, if that is something that you struggle with, I am gifted in being able to help people see into their own energy. So, if you would like to set up a personal reading with me to go deeper into that to understand what might be causing you to feel off in your life or struggle, I would be happy to help with that. You just go to my website, angieharris.org, and I can help with that. And so I wanted to provide a reading today, and it looks like Melissa from Eugene, Oregon is on. Melissa, are you there?
I am.
How are you today?
I'm okay. How are you?
Oh, me too. I'm okay too. So you were calling in to get a reading. Is there something specific that you were wanting to tune in for or for me to ask Spirit about, or is there just a general reading?
Yeah, I have like a bunch of questions, but I'm all over the place right now. I'm feeling kind of stuck with work, and I try to tune into my guides all the time, but I'm not hearing anything clear, and I just am. I've been a little overwhelmed the past few months. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, the way that I do readings is sometimes I'm already getting some messages for you, Melissa, but I'm going to pull a card. I pull some oracle cards just to see what else Spirit might want to say. But right off the bat, as I'm hearing you talk, I'm hearing that you are going through a transition and that there might be a possibility that you're feeling frustrated with where you are and wishing to see things move forward in a different way. Like maybe you're feeling as if is it possible that you have been or had gone through some kind of a spiritual awakening, Melissa? Like maybe you've kind of began to change the way you see yourself in the world in some way?
Yeah, I'm trying. Yeah, and I get frustrated that I can't hear myself, like I can't hear them, like, so, yeah. Or my dad, like, yeah. So.
Okay. Yeah. So one of the things that I'm hearing in my spirit to tell you is sometimes, I don't know if you heard what I was talking about prior to getting on the call with you, but I was talking about our emotions and feelings getting stuck in our energy field and how they can cause us to feel flooded or blocked in some way. And I sense this for you. I sense that maybe you have been trying really hard to move forward. And sometimes when we get in our ego and we focus on what we don't have, we forget that we can lean on and just relax into what should be. And I'm actually hearing your guides come through right now, and they're saying that sometimes you one okay, they're saying two things. One, you are going through a transition in your energy. I don't know if you've done much healing work to kind of pull out some of the things that you've been through in your life, like past traumas or emotions or things that you've been through. But I'm hearing that you are going through a transition of healing your beliefs about yourself, and sometimes that is hard. And in order for us to grow and heal, sometimes our guides will kind of shift their energy a little bit and allow us to go through kind of it may feel kind of dense and heavy sometimes, because if we don't feel that dense heaviness, then we don't know what to work on in our own energy. And so they're giving you an opportunity to go more inward and maybe do some more shadow work, is what I'm hearing. And that there has been a little bit more of a need to open up, um, to kind of bring some more gratitude in towards yourself and where you are, because I'm hearing that you've come a long ways, that you've already done a lot of work on yourself, and that you have been focusing on healing and growing. But this next level is going to require more of you, and it's going to require more of your energy. And so for you to open up and receive what is next for you, there's another layer in which you have to release kind of the heavy beliefs or limiting mindsets that you might unconsciously be holding on to in order to ascend into a new, what I would call a frequency. So our guides, I'm hearing that you understand some of this language, so I'm just going to speak this out like you do. But our guides are at a different frequency level than us, and our spirit, those that have passed in transition in spirit, they're at a different frequency than we are here on earth. And so in order to connect with them, we have to raise our vibration to connect and hear them. But what's interesting is our guides know when it's time for us to shift in our energy and grow and heal into a higher frequency, and they will pull back their energy a little bit. And it can feel frustrating to us because we think we're doing something wrong, but really it's them pulling back, and they're trying to teach us what is keeping us from moving to that next higher frequency. So your guys are kind of working with you a little bit and trying to help you become, I'm hearing, more intuitive and more connected with your higher self to hear your spirit team on a more conscious level. Like, I think that a lot of messages that you've received have been really connected to your own life, but it might be possible your spirit team is enhancing your frequency to help you be able to hear more for other people also. Does any of this make sense or align with what you're feeling?
I've been trying not to laugh because like I'm like, what? Yeah, no, and I ask them all the time. I'm like, can you just like speak up? Like, can you just like talk to me in my dreams, like something, or like, and I hear, but then I'm like, that's just me. And then I hear, no, it's not. And I'm like, yes, it is. And I'll argue. And then they're like, okay, fine. And then I know that they back away because I'm arguing and because I have such self-doubt. And like the past few months have been like really, really dark for me. And so, and I get, like, I know, right? I already know that that's what they're doing to me. But I also am like, do you have to do it like that extreme? Like, I can't, like, don't push me over the edge here,
Yeah,
So,
it's difficult. I understand. So I'm being told to tell you about, so I'm an author of two books, and my first book is called Leaf Lessons. And I'll just share a little bit, but the reason it's called Leaf Lessons is because back like over 20 years ago in 2004, I had a vision of a leaf. And my spirit team taught me a lesson with this leaf. And they said when the leaf releases its struggle when it's like in a river, the river can carry it where it's meant to go. But when it gets stuck behind a rock, it begins to fight against a rock and try to control its life and try to fix things. And that's where it gets stuck. And so I'm hearing your guides say, if you relax a little bit more and start trusting that, you know, that when you start to argue with them, like your ego is like wanting to be like, and it might be possible they're telling you messages that you don't want to hear. If you relax a little bit more, I feel like they're going to carry you through this a little bit more easily. I'm also hearing, I just heard them say, work on your root chakra, on grounding a little bit more, because as you shift, as you work through this energy, what's interesting is when we raise our frequency and we step into a more connected ability to hear from our guides, we've actually got to work more on grounding ourselves, because that energy can make us feel a little floaty when we're not connected. And so those are two things I didn't hear them want to say, but you're actually on the right track. I think you're just really frustrated right now because the last 2 months there's been an energetic shift where the universe is attempting to take people into the next level, but it requires feeling this hardness for a while, because if you don't do it now, it's going to happen later. But I'm also hearing that you want to leave your job and just trust that it will happen when it's supposed to.
Well, that's freaking me out bad, because like I clean and I have been losing clients, and they were clients I didn't like anyways, but it's like the money thing it's terrifying, because then I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. Like, I love doing energy healing, like I do Reiki, and I do this thing called the emotion code and the body code and stuff like that. I'm not certified in that, but I do have my Reiki level 1, and I am really intuitive. But the thing is like, I need like a job. Is that like, I'm 45 now, and I don't have like retirement or anything like that, you know? So that is really worrisome right now.
Right. And if I had more time, I have about 30 seconds left with you, but you're always welcome to reach out to do more of an individual session with me. But just know that you're in the right place. Just keep trusting. I think your guides are guiding you, and I really sense more of a grounding and trusting energy, but I understand your struggles. I think we all have those, but I will be sending you lots of positive prayers. And like I said, you're welcome to reach out if you would like more support with that. So
thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you all for tuning in today. And I hope that you all have a beautiful rest of your day.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Larkin Psychic Medium with Larkin. Live from larkinsreadings.wixsite.com/website.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Larkin Psychic Reading
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Larkin Psychic Medium Show. So happy to have you join me this evening, and I hope you all are well. This evening, we are going to be taking callers. And so I want to remind you, if you have questions about your animals that have crossed over or are still living, if you want an animal communication, if you want to better connect or know who your angels and spirit guides are that are with you, if you're wanting to connect with loved ones, just please make sure when you call in that you call in and you have specific questions, only because we have limited time on here. And as readers, we need something to link and connect to. Now, sometimes spirit comes to us first on the other side, like the guinea pig that visited me 3 weeks ago for the reading I had 2 weeks ago. But that doesn't always happen that way. And it's different for every reader and every soul, spirit, and being that comes through. So I want to best be able to help you and serve you and let you walk away with maybe not what you thought you wanted for a reading, but what spirit knows that you need to have. Because each and every one of you can connect with spirit, okay? I also want to remind you guys that my updated website is larkinsreadings.com. You can check me out there for, to register for updates and newsletters, for online events that are happening, and for classes as well as a list of events. So feel free to check me out at larkinsreadings.com for all of that. You can also join me on my Facebook page. We see we have a caller. I'll get to that in just 1 second. Larkin Psychic Medium, Spiritual Interpreter on Facebook, if you guys want to connect there as well. We do have a caller. I see, looking to see who that is again. Sorry, Dave. Angela, yeah, popped off my screen. And Angela, are you there? How may I help you this evening?
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Welcome. What can I do for you?
So I'm actually I'm a practitioner in the holistic field, and I don't normally work with mediumship, but it seems like I saw a couple spirits pop up, like bits and pieces, and then I've been dealing with a lot of flickery lights and then dreams involving the flickering lights mediumship. And I was just kind of seeing if you were able to give me any insight, if someone could, was coming forward to try to let me know what, kind of going on with that, because it's not normally what I work with.
That's okay. I love your question. This is exactly the type of thing I love, because it's going to be empowering to you and to what you do and to expanding your confidence, your abilities, and your horizons. So just a side note, flickering lights and things like that are not always an indication. Sometimes they are really just flickering lights, but you're obviously very intuitive and insightful. And obviously you're getting those messages that you're trying to get very clear about. What I immediately, before you even finish speaking, and being shown and told, is those are actually your spirit guides trying to get through to you to get your attention enough that you were like, okay, I got to figure out what this is. I've got to do something about this. You've got my attention, and it worked. They did a great job. You have a whole team around you. Like I tell everybody when I have a reading, you have a whole team around you, but you also have several angels and spirit guides specifically just working with you on your holistic work. And what I'm seeing is that it's actually time for you to expand that holistic work and discover what other natural and innate cosmic memory abilities that you actually came into this world with. And they want to help remind you of those things intuitively. Now, they're telling me that you're already aware that you do have some of those. You have found that there are some things that you learned in the holistic field that you just kind of feel like you're a natural at and are intuitive about. They feel natural, and you kind of feel like, wow, okay, this is easy for me. This is natural. Is that true?
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, I just want to make sure you get what I'm saying. And but what they're telling me is it's actually time for you to expand what you're doing. Now, mediumship can actually be a huge contribution to holistic work. There are all sorts of things that mediumship can actually help you do there's several things I see that you're going to be doing. One is that if you choose to move forward and open up these portals of connection for yourself, the more you practice, the stronger it will get. While you're actually doing holistic work, you're going to start getting more and more guidance and messages also that are coming in for your clients and customers and even your colleagues that you work with. And you're also going to be getting stronger guidance from your angels and spirit guides, because what they really want to do is forgive me for speaking fast, but there's a lot coming in for you right now. This is really cool. They want you to tap into your pre-programmed cosmic memory that you actually brought with you. I see that you've actually been a healer and a teacher many times before. And it's one of the things that your soul actually likes to do. It likes to be helpful and bring in all sorts of collective ways of helping people to heal, to grow, to evolve, and expand. So you're going to have several ways in which they're helping you do this. Number one, they're going to help you build your confidence and guide you. And so they want you to begin paying more attention to the subtleties. That means right now they came at you with, playing around with things in the physical, which they can do with their electromagnetic energy. But they're going to want you to be able to pay attention to things that are much more subtle. So, for example, with energy and energy work, they're going to help you to be much more in tune with even the most subtle of energies or shifts, that you're going to be able to move into like medical intuition and be able to really see where people's blocks are and to be able to guide them in exactly what they need to do. And in order to do that, they really wanted to get your attention, like, okay, it's time for the next step for you. So this is going to require you to get out of your comfort zone a little bit. You might find that you want to get further training on things, but what they're telling me is that it's actually not necessary. All you really need to do is, mediumship abilities, just like psychic abilities, are just a more advanced version of intuition. And so you need to, where you feel that leading and guiding you, you need to go with that and you need to trust it. That's one of the hardest, most scary parts about mediumship. Even if it sounds weird or odd or it doesn't fit, you just have to trust it and then they will give you more. Is this making sense? And do you have questions about what I've just said?
No, this is definitely making sense.
Okay. So one of the things that you can do is when you are starting to do this, thank you, Dave. I've got 3.5 minutes. When you are starting to practice this, practice both, they're telling me, on your own, which is where you're going to feel the most confident, and look for validation there. So, for example, you might simply say, hey, if this is my spirit guides, show yourself to me in another way. I'm seeing right now you have 2 that are super strong around you specifically for your holistic work, and a third one that comes in and is really trying to help catapult you forward. Get to know them and look and ask for real validation. And if it's not enough for your human mind, ask again. They will always answer you immediately. When it comes to feeling the energy work, call in your angels, talk to Raphael, and ask your angels to come in and help you to tune into more of the specifics so that you can begin using all of your senses, because what they're showing me is you're really good at feel and like cognitively sensing and really feeling energy and interpreting what that means. And they also want you to be able to strengthen your other clairs, which they say you have, and they're very strong within you. Okay. So this is actually really cool, and they really go beautifully hand in hand, holistic work and mediumship. I have found mediumship to be helpful with everything that I do: the psychic readings, the healing, the working with animals, the interacting with my family. I think you will find that the more comfortable you become there, the more second nature it is to you. Yeah. Is there anything I can be more specific with you on about that you need in the last 90 seconds or so that we have? I want you to be able to walk away and use this. So forgive me for speaking so quickly, but I want to get this all in for you.
Mm-hmm. No, it sounds like it's pretty self-explanatory. It's just, I guess I'm just struggling with getting over like the whole being spooked once I see like the spirit and things like that. So it's like, I guess I'm like, how do I get over that little bit of a hump? So then when they appear, how do I just like not get spooked?
Okay, that is actually a great question, and it's something that I love. It's actually something I'm going to talk about on the Hocus Pocus party. But if you, I don't mind finishing this reading for you for free. It would just take a few minutes for me to run through what you need to do there. So if you just want to find me on larkinsreadings.com or my Facebook page and just message me, we'll just find 10 or 15 minutes to finish this up. Okay, Angela? It's a really important question.
Great.
Okay, thank you for calling. Amazing question. I hope you will all join me again for the pre-party at 9 p.m. next week, and right back here on A1R Psychic Radio for our program again and our next caller next week. Take care, everyone. Spirit is amazing. Thanks to my amazing producer. I'll see you all again next week. Bye-bye.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media. Bernice Bisson. Live from BerniceBissonPsychic.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio.
Or one of our websites.
Ask1radio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media.
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome. It is Tuesday again, Psychic Tuesday with Sweet Bee. Man, these last weeks seem to time warp and fly by, and here we are. And we are approaching a really game-changing transit between Mars, the Sun, the Moon. Scorpio. We're going to talk about that in a minute. But let's start off at the top. I am Bernice Bisson. I am a psychic medium in Winnipeg, Manitoba. I've been reading for about 35 years, and all my readings have been recorded by my clients. I have a podcast where people come back with those recordings, and you get to hear my original readings and everything they have to say about it. Because on this show, it's really a snapshot of sort of the deeper work that I enjoy doing. I don't really do a lot of large events. I do radio, and I tend to read individual people. I do a lot of paranormal research and a lot of paranormal work within my community. And I work with a lot of other very gifted psychics and mediums as well. And I work with a place called Hamilton House, and we do a number of events there. I actually have an interest and very kind of seance, very lit, like 12 people, 8 people kind of events, very intimate events. I also host a fundraiser. I'm going to call it annually because this is my invite back again with Inner Lake Pride. And it's, I believe they only sell like 40 tickets, and it's an evening of messaging with me. And it's an intimate evening, and I like to get to as many people. I usually try to get to everybody. And we have a wonderful celebration of some of the funny things that happen with spirit and in our lives. And otherwise, I don't really host a lot of events. You have to tune into radio if you want to. I do free readings on radio. I've done that for many years, and I really enjoy that kind of venue. And my biggest gift, I think, as I've aged, I've realized my biggest gift is clairvoyance. And I read many different things. I read palms and cards and tea leaves, and it doesn't really matter. If I read crystals, sometimes I have people just pick 7 objects from my room and they put them on my table in one straight line, and we start the reading. So I do a lot of messaging and automatic writing. In seance, when I work with other mediums, I like to be the automatic writer because I like to be in the other room and just sort of connect in and tune in and do and write what Spirit's telling me. So that's usually my role in it. But I've been ghost hunting since grade 3, pretty sure. And now I'm a grandma, so it's been quite a few years. And so if you like that kind of stuff, you can go to my website, BerniceBissonPsychic.com. My podcast is on there. It's free. You can listen to it. And I only have one social media page, and it's Facebook, and it's Bernice Bisson Psychic. I'm not on any other social media. And I'm on A1R radio, and this is the one radio network I'm working with, and I really love them, and they've been really good to me. And so thank you to them, and thank you to their listeners, because it's really about you guys. And I love it. So let's start at the top with some of the astrology, because a lot of astrologers, if you follow astrology at all, I've been talking about November 13th, and there's a couple of showdowns in the skies going on. We've got Mars being a thug. Mars, what up with you? What's making you unhappy, Mars? And so you're in Scorpio. You're about, changing things, revolution, rebirth, kind of stuff. And it's syncing up with the sun. So it's about identity, fire. Add fire to that, add identity, add lots of energy to the sync up. And it's going to change. It's going to set the tone for the next couple of years, because this meetup happens maybe, if we're lucky, every couple of years. And so here we are, and we got the next 2 years being set by that tone. And so Israel is ruled by Scorpio. So things can get intense. And so we do have the movement of Venus into Libra, which will set the tone for negotiations, for peace talks, because I feel like things might come to a big head this coming weekend and into Monday, Tuesday, into the 13th, into this new moon. And it might trigger some peace talks, but it doesn't come without a price, because it just feels like there's lots of tensions there. So we're going to feel that in our everyday lives. Now, if you are a Taurus, Scorpio, Aries, Aquarian, Leo, or Libra, you're going to feel this like hot potatoes. And so sudden starts and stops, particularly like your week might start off good, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, cruising along. Thursday gets kind of weird, sketchy, and you're like, I just want to get home from work and relax because I don't want to people anymore. And then Friday and Saturday, Sunday, Monday are, man, news cycle worthy. So we're going to see lots of crazy stuff going on around the world. So remember to be patient with each other. Remember not to be reactionary. Remember not to jump the gun on too many things. I plan on staying home and painting. I'm a painter, and I get into paint mode, and so I'm going to hide and paint. And so I recommend people finding creative endeavors and using up that beautiful Venus energy and that Neptune sort of energy before she stations and goes direct and wrecks all our sort of vision. And stay home and create, redo your house, do some fall recycling, cleaning, sorting, organizing, nesting, trying not to, because the energy is going to be pretty volatile. So I wouldn't even go to Costco. I'd say, don't head to big stores, because just that impatience, that all that stuff's there, and you'll find it at the very, very least agitating as all heck. But you're going to find it quite explosive in different areas. And so we're going to see shakeups, explosions. I mean, the Middle East, Ukraine, it's lots going on there. So this next few days, remember, patience. This weekend coming up very particularly, slow down with people. Don't get ahead of yourself. Small things can turn into big things, and things can be quite shocking or surprising. And on this lunar axis with Saturn stationing and going direct, we have all this water energy in Scorpio. We have Neptune still kind of retrograde. So there might be stuff around water. And that could be storms, that could be tsunamis, that could be water issues, coastal issues as well. That can include, because that Neptune, all that water energy, could also be around stormy weather, unexpected events, weather events, things like that going on as well. So we've got some tensions. And if we go back to the corresponding moon, in that Scorpio full moon was in May. And so if we go back to May, this is sort of the reset button for a lot of things. And so if you think back to your own timeline, and so if you are a water sign, you're really going to feel this in the emotional house. And it could come through family, friends. You could get sudden or unexpected news that kind of jolts you a bit. And go back to May and think about what was going on with family around that time, what news, what was going on there. And then if you're an air sign, those Aquarians, Libras, and Geminis, you're going to really feel this in relationship and sudden starts and stops. Like in those romantic zones, you might feel it, sudden starts and stops going on there for you. Someone out of the blue could just show up, you little Aquarians. For you Geminis, it could be, there's maybe sudden exits of people you worked with, had good relationships with, and you Libra as well. It's a teetering act with your romantic relationships. Remember that, okay? And then if we get into those fire signs, we have those Leo, Aries, and Sagittarians. And this is in tune with your money and unexpected shifts with your cashola. And that could be starts or stops, things that you didn't expect. Let's hope it's money flowing in. But for you Sagittarius, it might come through income, work, unexpected jobs, unexpected things that come out of the blue that could kind of percolate some cashola for you. For you Leos, it's going to come in terms of your social spheres, like people in your reputation, being invited out, being the life of the party, being invited, being appointed, being tapped on the shoulder. For you Aries, it's about new beginnings for Aries. I mean, that Mars and that Sun conjunct in Scorpio is like Phoenix rising stuff, like, you know, kind of hitting rock bottom and rising up. And you little Aries can definitely have some Phoenix time. So what has gotten you down will get you up. And then we go to those earth signs, Taurus, Virgos, and Capricorns. Oh my gosh, where do I begin? If I start in Taurus, you've got all that stuff in Scorpio, your house of partnership. And so in commitments, things you've been committing to, you need to commit to yourself. You need to commit to things. You might find yourself very independent, very on your own in some way, and that maybe you're happy with that freedom now. You Capricorns, the transfer of power, that's that Pluto transit along with all this going on. Boy, it's going to be nice when the heat's off, huh? Right. I bet Capricorns are kind of hoping for that, but it feels like an intense little period. And your birthday really will be a reset button for you. Okay, Caps? Without that planet Pluto haunting you. And then if I even think of Virgos, Virgo, all this, illusion in relationships, and maybe what you thought wasn't what you thought, or something you committed to in a job and it turned out to be all BS, right? It turned out to be all not what you thought. So keep your eyes open for those red flags, because I call it red flag season in Virgo town, and making sure you check in with some of that stuff. Okay. So this weekend's going to be a revolution, a revelation, lots of situations that certainly will help shake free and simplify a lot of things for people. So look at it that way, is that it's meant to evolve us. And so this evolution's there, just like Scorpio rising up from the dust as that Phoenix. And I just feel like that's this time. So I'm looking forward to it as a sister Scorpio. I have Echo in California. Echo.
Hi.
Hello. So thanks for calling in. Let's get started. I have a few minutes, so I want to get as much as I can in while you're on my show. Do you want me to focus somewhere, or you want me just to roll the dice and me be me?
Roll the dice.
All right. That a girl. Okay. What's the day and month of your birthday? Let's do some astrology. What's the day and month of your birthday?
I'm 0316.
Oh, Pisces. Oh, we just finished. Okay. So I'm going to start with Pisces. So there's something very much about your independence, echo, and opportunity, where you're in your community where you're working. Your name, your reputation, maybe might precede you. You might find people coming to you instead of you searching out or going towards. That there'll be a lot of people getting drawn in or attracted into you over the next little while. Now, I want to caution about this because I feel like they might be coming in for some of your healing energy. They might be coming in for you to fix or to help soothe the savage beast, so to speak. Now, why I say that is you've got Neptune retrograde, you've got Saturn that just stationed October 4th, and would it start to show you some of the structures in your life that feel maybe a bit confining, a bit that can even feel maybe a bit stressful. And so I do think, although you're on the California coast, I think within 4 to 8 months, possibly by April, you might be headed northeast towards towards the Atlantic, there's something that might pop up for you where you be headed to a different coastline. You'll know within 4 to 8 months, but I feel like I could be headed towards the Great Lakes or towards the Atlantic coast. And I feel like that's going to show up, again, 4 to 8 months, the opportunity to go. There's something important about changing your circle to which you're involved with maybe your work or what you're doing, and you might be having a circle change or a change of people, supportive people around you. And I'm going to say there's lots of like healthcare nurses, wellness, healthcare that keep showing up around you. And I feel like it might show up around you in the sense of you having to help others, that they're coming to you, and it might feel a bit draining. So this energy is going to be pretty intense even till your birthday. Now, I don't want to get too esoteric. I want to get down to some nitty gritty. The other thing that shows up for you is your money. And now if I go back to your birthday, 316, 316, altogether that's 10. And 1 plus 0 is 1. So you have a karma of 1. Now I'm going to get to my point. Your birthday coming up in 2024 is 224 is a 8. And if I add your 1, you're going into a 9 life cycle. And then 2025, you go into a 10-1 life cycle, which is your karma year. There is something that you're going to commit to in terms of your finance, money, that it's going to be very good for you. But I feel like you're going to have to get very rigid. You'll have to get very disciplined or rigid with your money, and that you're going to have something sorted out with your financial. And I even feel like something is going to present itself in June coming up. And it comes through like maybe papers, reorganizing, refinancing, redoing. And I feel like you're going to be able to hang on to more money through this. There could be paper signed, papers agreed to. And it feels like it provides you some sort of security, or you're providing for your security in this. So it feels pretty good around you with this, my lovely Echo.
Thank you.
Because were you off work or something?
Right now for a little while. Oh, no, I'm definitely working.
Okay. You might have a bit of time off to deal with a health issue or something. Like, I don't want you to put out your back or something, your leg, sciatic. Because I just feel like when the pressure's on, you might wind up putting out your hip. And so just be mindful about that, because you might be laid up for a little bit with that, okay?
Okay.
Okay, and sending you so much love, my friend in California, and thank you for calling in.
Thank you.
Take care. And I really appreciate when I get people that come in out of the blue and connect. And I've made many friends through this show. And I've been very fortunate to make many clients and friends in the different United States through the show. And I've actually gone to visit them, and they've actually come up here to visit me and go ghost hunting and things like that. And so if you enjoy that kind of stuff, connect with me on my Facebook, and we'll chat. So I've got Becky in North Dakota, which is just south of me. Hello, Becky.
Hi.
So thank you for calling in. I appreciate you today. And so you have a couple of options. Is there somewhere you'd like me to focus, or would you like me just to be me and you can roll the dice and I'll tell you what's coming up?
I would say you could tell me what's coming up. I was kind of hoping see if you saw any spirit activity, I guess.
Well,
but I would be interested in that too.
Okay, thank you. I only have a few minutes, so let's start with, what's the day and month of your birthday?
May 3rd.
Oh, okay, my little Taurus. Okay. So I think the first thing that I want to talk about is there is something about a change in where you're living that's going to present itself to you soon if you didn't do it recently. And that there's something about your education and your work very tied together, Becky. And in a good way, like you might be doing both at the same time, or something will guide you along that way. And education and work tied together is going to be very, very good for you in this next little while. Even by August, going into the new year, August of 24, going into the new year, there's something about your education really important there. There's a woman who passed. I know there's lots of dead people. Absolutely. But there is a younger guy, a younger man, and an older woman, like a grandmother figure, and a younger man. Both are deceased, that show up when you ask about, are there dead people? Well, there always, I guess, is. But what's the point of these two? Well, there's something important about this younger guy feels like he was young, like, I don't know, young adult.
Yeah.
And he can show up as someone's brother or figure or son figure, like he's young, and that he shows up with an older woman who's been gone a little bit. And she was elderly when she passed, and she's very lovely. And that there's something about a gathering. February feels like an important month for some reason around your family, celebrations, or people coming together in the month of February. And it like doesn't seem like a typical month, but it feels important. And that if I think about the younger, there's something about a baby girl. And was there a recent baby girl?
Not exactly, but everything else, like everything else you're saying, it's so crazy because I was thinking about going to this polygraph school, and then there is a younger guy that I know that passed away, and his favorite,
Sorry, I'll keep talking then. I'll keep talking. That there's something really important about, I love that you're going polygraph school. I feel like it's going to be right in line with your work and where you're headed. And I do think that with once you're done this education with your work, you have a move coming. And it'd be like moving from your town, moving from where you live. Okay. And maybe it's towards, I don't know, Minneapolis or Chicago or something, like maybe towards that. So in your family, I'm supposed to talk about, there's like a cousin or somebody, there's going to be a baby girl, and you'll know about this then within, I'm going to say, less than a year. You'll hear about this news. It feels absolutely wonderful. It's not you, so you can breathe, take a sigh. Not you. Okay. Breathe. That I feel like there's also something you're really supposed to be focused in on. I don't know, your health or something. Have you been exercising? Have you been? Yes.
I was just like trying to clean my house right now, but because I was just like trying to get it together, because I was thinking about going to this polygraph school in Pennsylvania. So that's like so crazy that you say that.
Yeah, below you. Okay. Well, that makes more sense. Okay, so I don't know, like whatever in
That is
Pennsylvania,
towards
different.
Chicago. Yeah.
And I like
that is Chicago is on the way.
Do you have a physical, like, do you have to be physically fit for your job?
Kind of. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like that's important. Like, you're going to get on top of that. Like, I see you getting, you might work out some of your anger stuff. I mean that with love, by doing your exercises. I like the polygraph school. And if you're talking about going to Pennsylvania, I think if that's below Chicago, Minneapolis, great. Perfect.
Yeah, it's like on the way. You have to drive through Chicago.
Yeah, I think it's really good for you. I do. And I also think that, there's somebody a romantic relationship that keeps popping in and out of your life. And do you stay friends with exes or something?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, can I say something to you? Don't go backwards, okay?
Okay.
Forrest, don't go backwards. I feel like you're embarking on a really new direction. And I feel like you're putting all the right pieces in place. I feel like relationships can be a bit of a distraction for you right now. And I do not want you fitting into other people's lives. I want you to follow what your pathway is. Like you're like, I want to do this. I want to go to these places because I feel like not everyone's going to be on this journey with you, you know? And that's okay because in that you're simplifying a lot of things like even some friends. I gotta say, like, you might be getting rid of some, I don't know, like sometimes people can be really negative, you know, or a bit toxic. And I just feel like you don't want to invite that into your world because I don't want you turning cynical in your job because you might always have to deal with tough things or whatever, tough people. And so you might be really simplifying a lot of stuff in your world right now that I feel good about with you. And that because I feel like, you know, all I keep thinking is, oh my God, boyfriend issues, or oh my God, there's like boy issues. And they can be complicated,
Oh my
you
God.
know? Yeah, complicated. Taurus,
Oh my
your
God.
birthday. Honestly, I find astrology the most predictive. I could talk about your birthday for an hour and a half. So I'm going to, because you're my last reading on the show, I'm just going to keep going for my last few minutes with you. And I just want to say, you've had the North Node of Destiny in your sign. You have the planet Uranus. You have the planet Jupiter. I want you to use this energy because this is the final eclipse in your house of partnership. The final new moon that's in Scorpio, and it's going to show you a few things about relationship that you might go, oh, that's it, you know, that's it. And I'm moving in my direction now. And I feel like all good because by your birthday, I want you to have your application into that school. Okay. Make that your birthday present because I feel like what follow that is funding. You'll get funded or you'll get money together for that program. You'll see. Okay.
Okay.
And I feel like you're going to meet a whole bunch of different people in your world. And I want you to kind of shed what's been keeping you stuck. And you don't even have to, you don't owe anyone anything. You don't owe anyone anything. And I feel like you're going to have the opportunity. Now it's funny because I have this wonderful oracle book that I just opened up for you. And my final message to you is this: if you can't forgive them, at least forgive yourself and leave the confusing, complex boyfriend behind. Go follow your dreams of going to your school. It's going to pay off in 1,000 ways for you, my beautiful girl. Okay. Okay.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much. This is so crazy and accurate. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much.
You know, lots of love to you. Now,
thank you.
If you want to find me, you can find me at bernicebissonpsychic.com. I read full time from Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada, and I read through video and in person. And you can listen to my podcast and get a sense of all the other adventures that I've kind of been on. And I look forward to seeing you again next Tuesday. Stay safe, stay warm, and we'll see you again.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Psychic Paths with Suzanne Marie. Live from PsychicPaths.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3 888-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Psychic Pat
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. I am Suzanne, and I'm here for a little bit. I am a clairvoyant and a light trance medium. How is everyone doing tonight? I hope everyone is doing well. I hope that everyone is getting ready for the fall and the winter. Halloween is around the corner. So if you have kids, that's really cool. So what I'd like to say is that loving one another is very, very important. Being kind to one another and using our compassion is foremost one of the most wonderful things we can do for ourselves and for others in this world. The peace. We need to have compassion and tolerance. It takes all kinds to make a world, and sometimes we don't agree with what other people believe or feel or anything, but we do have to have tolerance because that's what we are made of in this world. We're made different, and that's okay. It's okay to be different. So that's my first and foremost is love. Love is the most important thing that we have to give to one another. So also I'm looking forward to the solar eclipse, and it will be in Libra. And Libra is all about balance, and it's all about um, loving. And I just feel like it's a good time to balance our needs and our wants and try to get down to the middle of things, no extremes. So we're looking forward to that on the 14th. And just remember that these moons and this, I'm not quite sure about eclipses, but moons usually mean letting go of what doesn't benefit us anymore. So with that, we have Ashley from Rhode Island. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you today?
I'm good. Thank you for taking
Good.
my call.
What can I help with today?
Well, me and my kids are actually going through a lot of life changes right now. I'm just wondering if you can maybe pick up on anything. Um, I separated from their father of almost 20 years.
Oh wow.
So we're kind of going through a lot right now.
I feel the minute I talk to you, I feel like there's a lot of sadness around you, and I feel a lot of frustration. Are you frustrated? Because I feel like your frustration is coming out. Um, it might just be the changes, because changes seem to do that.
I'm definitely frustrated. I have a
I feel a
9-year-old
lot
son
of
and a 2-year-old son.
oh no.
And he was a full-time dad with us. He was a great father, and now he just completely disowned both of his kids.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see what I can see. With that, with your husband, I feel like one of you outgrew the other. Like if if you had to stay the same, it would have kept going the way it was, but someone outgrew the other person. Um,
Yes,
and that and
definitely.
that's not a bad thing. It just means that sometimes you outgrow a person. Um, let me see. I feel like there's obstacles in the way. I feel like It's a sensei shima is what I call it. It's when obstacles appear, but it's kind of like they're trying to figure out if you really want to stay on the course you are and do the things that you say you want to do. So don't lose hope and don't lose faith. And I feel like there's still going to be some time where it's going to be really hard, but I don't think that will last. I think by December, if I'm looking correctly, I feel like December will be your month. I think things will settle down. I think that your children will do better too. I think that
It's funny that you say December because I have been saying December. I've been saying December for I'm
that's
going to say 4 or 5 months.
yes, I'm right there with you. Um, and I don't feel like him out of the picture and him disowning his children is bad right now because they need to focus on feeling safe and secure and having some kind of foundation without him, if that makes sense. I think it would be really hard
He'll
for
do
him
more
not.
harm being around right now. Yeah,
Yes,
absolutely.
yes,
With the
yes,
inconsistency than being absent right now. Absolutely.
yes. So even though it's sad for the children, I feel like it's a very important time just to stabilize them and put some foundation beneath them and to know that they are loved and cared about. Um, I feel like good things are just around the corner for you. You are doing the right things. You are taking care of yourself. And I feel like sometimes you question that. I feel like you question that because you feel guilty or you miss what you had that you no longer have or something to that effect. But I feel like you did what you had to do in order to love yourself. And it's most important to love yourself first. And I think you need to keep that in mind as you move forward that this action that happened, it was made out of love and it will bring nothing but goodness for you. You know, you were true to yourself, and that's really hard. And you were true to your children. So I feel like the three things are gonna come and they're gonna kind of toss you about. But if you stay the course and you stay with what you want and what you need, I feel like you will do well. There's nothing but positive coming forward. You've
Thank
changed.
you.
You've changed in the last 5 years, is what Spirit said, and you've changed for the better.
Thank you. Yeah. No, my closest friends, they say to me, they said the past year I can see a complete turnaround in you. Even just the way you carry yourself, the way you talk, how you out your kids. Because this past year has been so hard for us, but I feel like our connection with my kids and just the way, even the connection with life and everything is completely so much more clear than it was before.
That's what I'm picking up. It's more meaningful. Your life is
Yeah.
meaningful. And so I just feel like it's nothing but good things happening. And I understand the sadness, and because anything that ends is sad. And I
Of course.
understand that the children are missing a part of them. But that's going to be okay because life does go on. Life does move forward, and you will adjust and they will adjust. And anytime you get those frustrations, maybe just ask yourself, what am I learning from this? Because usually an obstacle can mean just, what are you learning? It gives you a pause in what you're doing to say, wait a minute, what's going on? And then what am I learning? You're learning a lot. You're learning at a fast pace. My goodness. But that's what I would say the obstacles are. Are you sure you
I
want
say
to go on
my
this path?
hardest days
Yeah.
of doing this, it gives me more of a push. It makes me take them to the trampoline park or go pumpkin picking or or be more present with them on my hardest days.
Good.
And
Good.
that's where I'm like pulling it out of nowhere because I don't even know where I'm getting the strength to do it. But I'm finding the strength in me that I never knew I had.
I sense that, and I'm so proud of you. I am so
Thank
proud
you.
of
I
you because
appreciate that.
what I'm getting is that you had been stuck for a long time, and your tenacity is what's making you grow and making you stronger and making a better life for yourself. There's better for you coming in, if that makes sense.
Thank
So, yeah, I see nothing but good things happening to you, and by Christmas, things should really be looking up. I
I
think
actually
you did a very heroic thing.
thank you. I very much appreciate that. Thank you very much for saying that. I actually met somebody. We've been broken up for maybe about a year and a half now, but
Okay.
I actually just met somebody and just the connection, the vibes and the chemistry, and it feels really good right now. But then the
Very, very
frustration
kind.
brings in where I'm sorry, what was that?
The person is very, very kind and gentle. The new
Yeah,
person.
very, very.
I just see good things for you. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep being authentic and true to yourself. And if something doesn't feel right, just notice that and see what you can do about it. But I feel like you've made some really, excuse me, really good decisions for yourself and your children. And I see nothing but good happening. So that's what I can say.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're you're um you're only gonna go for this hard time for a little bit, and then I think that things will just really start working in your favor. You're gonna see that in the next couple months that what you want and what you need just come. They're just gonna come to you because you're doing the right things to be true to yourself and to be kind to yourself. Don't lose hope. I feel the sadness and I feel the frustration, but these times aren't going to last, okay?
Thank you.
All right, honey. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you so much
calling
for that.
tonight.
I appreciate you.
Uh,
Thank you so much.
Thank you for calling and let me share. You have a great week now, okay?
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Sacred Insight with Andrea Bacon. Live from mindbodynourished.etsy.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Sacred Insight
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Sacred Insights. Thank you for joining me today. I'm Andrea Bacon, and I hope you all had a really good week. And how did you fare this week with this energy that we are experiencing? So remember that we just had a new moon eclipse, a new moon in Libra solar eclipse. And eclipse energy brings about change. So when things are in need of an upgrade, you'll find that the eclipses can create a lot of movement in our lives that lead to bigger life changes. So Libra has a lot to do with relationships, and new moons are about creating new things in our lives. Well, we tend to get stuck in the same patterns day to day. And the universe is here to remind us that we have alternative options. So you do not have to keep repeating the same situation if it doesn't make you happy and if it doesn't speak to your soul. We're always supported in living our life purpose and our soul contracts that we make before we incarnate. So usually, in order for that to happen, there are steps that we need to take first. Things that need to be completed, let go of in order to be open to receive. And in these transformational times that we are in, some people are meeting new members of their soul family. They're coming together to help during these shifts that are taking place. You know, some of you might be finding new love, and that can come in many forms. I'm picking up on a new pet for some of you, which this pet feels like they are have been with you before and are part of your animal soul family. And so just be open to receive and know that things, you know, we might need to change our perceptions and things might not look exactly how we expected, but to be open to that. Because if we're closed, then it's harder to allow things in. And now we are going to go ahead and take a caller. Stephanie, how are you?
Yes, I'm here. I'm doing good.
Great. What would you like to talk about today?
Like any successes that I have, job, anything in the futuristic, like as far as business-wise and things of that nature. My home, worried about my home.
Okay. Let me see what I pick up for you.
And if you feel anything or anybody coming through.
Okay. Let's see. There are some things that are ending and changing for you. Okay, there is a cycle here that's ending. I'm picking up a definite energy of more stable finances for you. Okay. I actually have, you know, a lot of good messages coming in, good cards on the board for you as far as stability, happiness, and finances that are coming in. So let's see. Yeah, I feel like you definitely have been, well, you know, kind of like in a stranglehold, like hermiting in a way. It's kind of what I'm picking up. but I'm seeing connections for you. I'm seeing new beginnings, something with creativity, and you're not seeing it right now, okay? But I am seeing that it is that it is going to be coming for you with these new changes and these new cycles that are coming in. Let me see what else I can get. So I'm seeing a house with a small yard. They're showing me.
Mm.
And I do feel like a grandmotherly energy around you. She has, I don't know, her eyes have so much light coming in her eyes right now. And she's around you a lot. She's showing me her hand and a ring. But I feel like she's almost like her energy is almost like healing. Like you could have held her hand and you would have felt this nurturing, loving, healing energy. And she's around you now with this energy. Let me see what else though, as far as, okay, we have more stability coming out in the cards, financial.
Okay.
There's talking about walking away from something. Okay. I'm also, I don't know if you're going through a Saturn return, but
Am I
there's
going through what? I'm sorry.
well, it's called a Saturn return in astrology, and you might not even know. That would be around, that happens usually around in your late 20s or your late 50s. But that's like energy that's coming through. Like there's something in your chart, like astrologically, that is bringing about a lot of change, because you even have the Wheel of Fortune as well, as far as the cards go. And they were giving me that message about change for you. And the cards are reflecting it. And some obstacles that are going to be moving, and things are going to be moving in your favor. There might be something that, I don't know if you've already walked away from something, or there might be something that you need to walk away from. Okay, it might be past energy. I have something about the past and I have walking away. Would that make sense to you?
A past job. I had a very good job, and I basically, in a sense.
And I'm sorry.
I'm just trying to find out what direction. I have issues with going on with my home. It's foreclosure, things like that. So I'm just trying to see. I just don't know what direction to go in at this time, or would it be the best,
Yeah.
Need some guidance.
What is it that you're not sure of if you should do? Like
the direction that I need to be going. Am I on the right path? I'm just in all aspects. I'm like, as far as any opportunities coming up, like successful, being an entrepreneur, owning my own business. I don't know what path to.
Are you interested in owning your own business then?
Well, I do, but it's seems like it's so hard to get through, because it's construction, and it's like, it's tough. It's something that I have not ventured, but I do own it, and it's like, where am I going with it? I'm a realtor. It's like, where am I going with it? Like, is it going to be successful? Should I just try to stay on that path? I'm just unsure.
Yes. I am getting, that's a really good path for you. And to persevere. There's some type of let go of some type of burden that is either, if you have not done so, that is coming through, that will help you.
Okay.
And this is bringing up, all the things that I'm picking up are of success, stability, financial, stability, financial abundance, something creative. Like, I don't know if you've had a new idea recently.
Mm-hmm.
about
get new
something in
ideas
business,
all the time. Yeah.
about something. And then, yeah, like it's coming through that you have had conflict and that you have had anxiety about this and feeling in lack. But I don't know, there's this energy of feeling that you need to open up so that you are not focusing only on the lack part of what you're going through, because I still feel like there's something that you need to release, something you need to walk away from that's not serving you.
Okay.
Does that make sense for
And you
you?
don't have because there's so many things I just need to walk away from. I'm not exactly sure.
Okay. Well, like I get something that it's toxic, and I don't know if there's more than one thing, like taking out the things that aren't serving you. But you have so much success and financial stability that I am getting for you. But there's just something that is toxic. And I don't know if it's a relationship or could be a mindset. But that's something that needs to be released.
Okay. All right. I'm going through a tough obstacle with my home. Can you see me retaining my home, or what subject will end, how that will go for me?
Yeah, I feel
A
like
small
that
yard,
will.
you're accurate. You was accurate with the small yard and the small home.
Uh-huh. Yes, there's some type of decision that needs to be made, and things might change with your home. Okay, but there's movement that is coming in with these new cycles for you. So I do think that I'm getting that it is going to be okay, and that that it will be okay with your home situation.
All right. All right.
All right.
All right. All right. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. And that is going to do it for me today. If you would like to contact me, it's andrea.bacon444@gmail.com. If you have any questions, or stan.store/mediumandrea. If you want to look at my services, book a reading, or anything like that. But I hope you have an amazing week ahead, and have a great day. And yeah, thank you for joining me. Thank you for being here, and have a beautiful rest of your day.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Your Time to Shine with Julie Yeager-Walker. Live from Wings of Souls with Julie.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Your Time to Shine
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Your Time to Shine, a radio show designed to help you explore your own divine gifts. Good evening, and welcome to our show tonight. I hope you are all doing well and that this evening finds you well. I just kind of want to check in, see how you are all doing out there. There's been a lot of energy with the eclipse, and then with the full moon last weekend. I know I was feeling the effects of it. So checking in to see how all doing and asking yourselves, how am I doing? It's always a good question to self-check and to check in with yourself and really ask, how am I doing today? So just before the show, I pulled up an affirmation. I'm like, oh, what should our affirmation be today? What is it that we need to know? And it was really interesting. Here is what I got. I accept myself for who I am and create peace, power, and confidence. I forgive myself, and I deserve to forgive myself and be forgiven. I am healing and strengthening every day. And I thought that was really powerful, right? It's about every day. It's about forgiving ourselves and forgiving others. And I know, everybody has so much going on right now with themselves, within the world. And sometimes that word forgiven is a really tough word. You have problems, letting that go, kind of getting that through, to actually get it out, and voice that word, right? There's so many things that we look at that is like, we need to forgive ourselves for, that we maybe need to forgive others for. And that's even harder sometimes than forgiving ourselves, although we are very hard on ourselves as humans in most cases. But to really deep down and really forgive yourself for some of the things that have gone on, whether there are things that you have done, whether there are things that others have done, whatever that looks like, right? Being able to really dive deep and give yourself that little edge, that little piece of forgiveness, and say, I am healing every day. I'm giving myself strength every day. And I forgive myself, right? Giving yourself a big hug, because that is one of the things that is the hardest things to do, right? Is to drop down into our hearts and be able to forgive ourselves for whatever it is, whatever that looks like, and, have that strength and that courage to be able to do that. So during these times when we have really intense energies going around, it makes it even harder for us to be able to do that. So I encourage each and every one of you out there this evening to just take a moment and ask yourself what it is that you need to forgive about yourself. Start there. Because if we can forgive ourselves, it's a lot easier to forgive somebody else. It gives us that strength, that power. It basically gives us our power back, takes our power back, and gives us that time and moment to say, yes, I do forgive myself for whatever that is. I did the best that I could, and I know that now, and I love myself for that. So take a moment and take stock and see how it is that you're feeling around all of that. And then maybe you give yourself a little pat on the back for everything that you have done, because I know that you've accomplished a lot and you don't give yourself enough credit. There's so many times, so many messages that come through for my clients. And that is one of the messages that comes through. You're not giving yourself enough credit. And so I know there's a lot of you out there that are doing the same. So give yourself some credit, give yourself a pat on the back, a hug, and jump back into your power, because you're all worth it. All right, we are heading to the phone lines this evening, and we are going to talk with Nancy in Nashville, Tennessee. Good evening, Nancy, and welcome to Your Time to Shine.
Good evening. Thank you. Thank you.
How are you this evening?
Oh, I'm feeling great. I'm enjoying the weather, and it's getting close to Thanksgiving, so I'm just really getting in the holidays mode, kind of.
Oh, that's awesome. I love hearing that. So what can I do for you this evening?
Well, I just like to get a general reading, a mini one. I'm working on some things, and I'd like you. Can you tell me anything?
Sure. Nancy, give me just a minute here to tune in to find out what it is that your loved ones and guides are wanting to know. So as I do that, there's just going to be a little moment of silence, and then I'll be right back with you, okay?
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Nancy, it's really interesting. So what I'm being shown is it feels like you're coming out of a situation or a time in your life where things were a little bit wild, a little bit crazy. Uh, but it's like all I'm feeling right now is a huge sense of relief and even a little bit of peace behind it all. And um, it just feels like there's just this little bit of being able to take a deep breath, which you felt like maybe you haven't been able to do for quite a while. And it's almost like you're questioning it because this feeling is so strange that you're not sure what to do with it. So I'm being shown there's some big transitions coming up for you. And so this time right now is just a little bit of a time period where you can take that deep breath, where you can take a pause for a moment. And your guides and your angels are saying, please do that. Please take this moment of pause and really breathe it in, really enjoy it. Because there's going to be another transition coming up that's going to demand your attention and demand your energy. And this little bit of pause is going to help you be able to do that, to be able to go to that next step, go to that next level. Okay. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, it does. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're very welcome.
You've called it exactly like it is. You've called it exactly like it is. Thank you.
Good. You're welcome.
Well,
so after that,
let me ask
does that bring up
I'm going to
another
be
question?
working on something for a couple of years. Do you see it being successful for me?
I do. There is some big things coming up. Like I said, you're kind of going into this transition. Um, they're showing me it's going to take a little time, so be patient with it, okay? But it is going to be very successful for you. Um, it's going to bring you a lot of joy.
Thank you. I believe that too. It's sort of like therapy, but it's a job, for myself.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
uh,
Oh yeah, go
it's
ahead.
wonderful speaking with you. I never thought I would get to. I always see you, on Facebook, but I never thought I'd get to chat with you. So I really appreciate it. I hope
You're very
looking
welcome.
forward to the holidays too, and everybody.
Yes, I'm looking forward to my holidays. I really am this year. So, yeah, I hope you get to enjoy some of your holidays.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to have a wonderful holidays. My daughter's plans everything now, so I just sit back.
That's the way it should be. It's your time
Yeah,
to sit back and enjoy, right? It's almost like that
yeah,
message, right? The message that was coming through. It's about your time right now just to kind of sit back and take it all in, as you prepare for that next level. And that's really what it's about.
that's it. Well,
Yeah.
thank you and thank everybody. I'm going to go now, and y'all have a good evening. And thank
Thank
you.
you. You're very welcome.
Bye-bye.
Okay,
Bye-bye.
bye. Wow, that's fantastic. I love talking with people who look forward to the holidays. I've always been a holiday person myself. And so it's really fantastic to find other people who enjoy it just as much. I know the holidays can be, a little hard for some. And so, you know, being able to get through these times is not always easy for everybody, but every once in a while you run into some that really enjoy the holidays and bring them all in. And I think Nancy is one of those people. All right. We have Vanessa in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. Good evening, Vanessa, and welcome to your time to shine. Hi. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. So, what can we do for you this evening?
I am wanting to know about my finances because it's been a huge struggle for me, and I would say in the past since July.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Vanessa, I'm just going to take a moment here to kind of tune in to see what your angels and guides have to say. So there's going to be a little moment of silence as I do that. And then I will be right back with you. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, Vanessa. Yeah, they're showing me that it's been really frustrating for you. The the financial the financial piece of it. Um, they're showing me that you've been throwing out prayers to the universe and asking, what is it that I can do to turn the situation around, and they want you to know that they're hearing you and they're working it on the other side. They're working with you on this. um, it always takes a little bit longer in our human awareness to what it is that's going on. Um, but they want you to know that they are working with you on this, and they're working this on the other side. Um, so they're showing me like an extra source of income. Are you looking at a secondary source of income coming in?
I don't even have actually a job right now, so I don't even have that source of income.
Okay. They're showing me that there is a source of income coming in. And so that's gonna shift for you. Hold on, I'm looking to see what else that they're trying to tell me. Are you looking like at a career shift, like outside of what you are currently doing? Because they're showing me, I'm hearing a career shift. So are you kind of looking outside? What they're showing me is like looking outside the box for something to do.
I'm open to other than what I was doing, but I haven't really been looking outside the box, let's just say.
Okay. They're saying that you need to get creative on what you're looking at and how you're looking at it. It's like what you were doing before was kind of like it was kind of done. I don't know how else to say it. Like that piece of you was done and moving on, and it's time to look at something new. It's almost like you were, I don't know if you were getting burned out, or if you were just kind of through with it. But they're saying that you need to move forward and you need to look outside of what that was. Don't get stuck on, oh, well, I did this. This is who I am, because they're saying that's not who you are, right? So look at something different. Look at other things that that you like, or maybe that you've thought about doing in the past, and thought, oh, well, that's a great idea, but that's for later, right? They're showing me that later, excuse me, is now. And so to be able to look outside of that, what you were doing before, to give you that inspiration and to find something different.
Okay, because what's really brought me down is the fact that I used to be able to travel and be able to go away during our winter months and stuff like that. And
Right.
normally I would go away for like 10 to 14 days. So that has really brought my mental health in a different state, I guess you could say, because I'm not in that position anymore to do that. And I guess
Right.
that's been bothering me. So I wonder if that's something that's going to take fruition in the winter, like February-ish, March.
Yeah. I'm almost seeing you do something that you can do from home, where you don't have to go in to a location. Almost more like it gives you more time to just actually travel and just be able to be where you need to be. There's something about that freedom for you to be able to go
Right.
and do as you like. And so looking at something that is that's more flexible, right? Even
Right.
it could even be like a hybrid, right? Where you're at where you're, maybe you're at a location for 2 days a week, and then the rest of the time you can be wherever. So, that you could take your work on the road and you could travel. It's like, that's what they're showing me. That's kind of where you need to be, as far as giving you that feeling of freedom. And so they said in order to do that, you have to look outside the box. You have to look outside of what you were used to doing, because what you used to do won't allow you to have that freedom. Does that make sense?
Yeah, like I would have to use vacation time to go to Mexico because I didn't have that flexibility. And you're right, like I was going into the office quite a bit. I've never had the opportunity to ever work from home. So, yeah.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. They're saying it's time to switch this up a little bit. Yeah, they're saying that. I mean, I'm seeing you getting a job very soon. Like, I don't see you being out of work for very long. But it's about finding that right niche, finding out what it is that would give you that freedom, but also be like, okay, it's time to get up and I'm ready to do this, and here we go, right? So it's that motivation, it's that drive um, that you're kind of missing, and you were kind of missing that with your last job.
Right.
So the word training keeps coming up. Are you in a position that you could do training, that you could train people? It's like I see you presenting and expressing, new ideas and things like that. But there's something around training or mentoring or something that they're showing me. Does that make sense to you?
No, actually, I haven't. I haven't been connected to anything of that nature since July. So, yeah.
Okay. Sit with that. I ask you to sit with that because there's something around training, around mentoring, that could give you that kind of that jump, that lead into something different. You're very good with people, and you're very good at working with people. And so this idea of teaching or training, mentoring, it keeps coming up for you. So sit with that for a little while and see what because that could be a springboard for you off of something else. It's like they're showing me that idea transforms into something different. Okay. Letting that give you your inspiration. I'm looking to see what else they're showing me here. One moment. It's like they're showing me things are like wrapped up together. What was it that you did for work before? May I ask?
I worked with families who were facing barriers within systems. So,
okay,
access to housing and stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay. Because they're showing me like there's something tied. like it's wrapped around, like this whole thing with your last job is tied with like training, mentoring, but it takes a different spin on it. It takes a different twist. So it's not like you jumping back in and doing that same exact job. It's looking at it through a different lens. Because I just keep seeing like they're showing me like it just loops around. It keeps coming around, looping around. So, because the things that you were doing for those families, right, was giving them help, giving them a sense of purpose, right? And so it's about finding something in that similar vein of being able to help, of being this this healer essentially, and being able to help people find their purpose and what it is that they need to do, finding what they're needing to do in their lives, right? And finding that purpose. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think it does. Yeah.
Okay. This new area, of what you're thinking about, is going to bring you a lot of joy, a lot of purpose for your own self, right? By helping others. And there's a component in there about helping others for you, that it's like that's the piece of it. That's the piece that keeps coming around and wrapping around, is being able to help others, being able to give clarity to others, right? And so taking a look at that aspect of it. Because I don't think what they're showing me is that you didn't really look at yes, you knew you were helping people, but you didn't really understand the magnitude of it all, of how you were helping people. And so it's about finding that piece of it, finding that piece of it and being able to bringing that forward for you again. Okay.
Right.
Vanessa, we're coming down to the last few seconds of our show. So I hope this has been helpful for you.
Yes, it has. And I really do appreciate the reading. Thank you so very much.
You're very welcome. Have a wonderful evening.
Thanks, you too.
Okay. Well, that does it for me, everyone. Thank you again for tuning in this evening. If you'd like to reach out to me, do so on my website at wingsofsoulswithjulie.com. I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful evening, and we'll see you again next week.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for the Psychic Side with John Capello. John Capello. Live from johncapello.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Psychic Side
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to the Psychic Side here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network, Moonstruck TV, a whole bunch of other places that make us the #1 psychic radio network on Earth. So I'm your host, I'm John Capello, and I'm a psychic medium out of the North Texas area. And I'm happy that you're joining us today. And today we have a guest who is a student of mine. And she is from Illinois. She's joining us from Illinois. So this is really a worldwide broadcast today with the show going everywhere. And of course, we have our guests from Illinois here too. But today we're going to be taking at least one caller, maybe two callers. And I do have some content that I want to try to get into the program today. But I'd like to introduce Tigger to all of you. Tigger is one of my students, and we'll be having class tonight. And I'd like to just ask her a couple of questions. So, Tigger, thank you for joining us today. How long have you been on your psychic journey as far as wanting to develop your psychic abilities?
Well, I think we kind of figured out when I took your first intro call that I was starting my journey many, many years ago and putting pieces together. But more recently, having that spiritual awakening, as we all call it, or some call it, within the last year and a half with my girlfriend, Selena, and I. And we have been on our journey together. She's probably about 4 more years ahead of me in her journey and helping me and guiding me. And then, of course, taking classes such as yours has been a tremendous help with that. So, yeah, about a year and a half that I really honed into it.
Well, very good. Well, if you're listening or watching our program, you might be a lot like Tigger or even myself, who may not have known anything about psychic ability or becoming a psychic until you really became invested in learning. And so I'm sure, Tigger, you noticed that there's lots of different approaches to developing your psychic abilities. And I appreciate you taking my approach. But have you noticed a lot of different approaches to how you are being taught different things?
Oh, yeah. Everybody has their own spin on things. Everybody has their own experiences and what to do, what not to do. And I think, again, going back to your class, being the basics has really helped out because, sometimes when you follow the bigger gurus, I'll say, that are, that have more broader fan base type of thing, and maybe we'll call them show type mediums. They also have different aspects of how they have experienced being able to channel to their mediumship ability. So it's good to get back down to foundations and learning definitions and just your basics is what you want to call it. And I've learned actually a lot going backwards. It's kind of like I went backwards in my journey, but not so much, right? You learn as you go. You don't know what you don't know. So.
So you learn from me and then go and look again at what they taught you, and it makes a little more sense. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Okay. So y'all need to hear that out there. You got to like me on my Facebook page and like me on just different platforms that I'm on, so I get to be a bigger psychic. So I was looking forward to that. But But no, I appreciate you being a part of my student group, Tigger, and I'm glad that you like the approach that we're taking because I feel like everybody has something to offer. So I tell people take all the courses you can and then use what works for you and don't use what doesn't work for you because some of it may sound a little implausible and some of it will be, very, very helpful. So I certainly don't have all the answers. I can only give you what works for me and, uh, and let people try to communicate that to other people. So thank you for joining us. I don't know if we have a caller yet, but if we do, then we can start on our callers. But if we don't, then I do want to just put a little content into our program today. This is our 41st program, I believe, on the Psychic Radio Network for this year, and I try to have a different topic every week, and it's not hard when you're dealing with the spiritual realm to come up with different topics. You just have to be open to them, and there's just so many things to talk about as far as psychic ability and mediumship. And here recently, I've been talking a lot about angels, and I know I brought that into the mediumship class with Tigger and the others. And we've been looking at the angel hierarchy, and today we're ready to go to the middle realm of the angel hierarchy. And the first set of angels that are in the middle realm are they're called the power angels. And I understand that a lot of people may be dismissive of the things that we say here as far as the metaphysics is concerned, but the angels are really a powerful group. They're a group that needs to be reckoned with. And the power angels are a group of angels you don't normally see. They're angels that make their presence known behind the scenes, but they're the warrior angels, and they travel in groups, and they're kind of like platoons or battalions, and they are angels that fight the angels of the darker side because there are so many angels on the darker side. We talked a little bit about Lucifer and Lucifer hating the Israelites and hating the Jews. And we see this now once again coming up and raising its ugly head. And so we're going to be seeing maybe some strange things happen when the power angels intercede, and won't be recognized by most, but a few people like myself will be recognizing it because you can see how the angels of darkness come out of the earth, or they come out of the bottom, and they make themselves known that way only when they're ready to attack. Whereas the angels of power are those that come out of the light. So we're going to see a lot of changes. It doesn't mean that they're going to be able to protect everybody. And I know we're in kinetic times, and we have to be careful. 100 years ago, our ancestors were going through it as well, and it only got worse from 1923 on. So we're hoping that this time there'll be a better outcome, a shorter outcome where there's less loss of life on all sides, but people come to the recognition that we can't live this way. Everyone has a right to exist, and we need to learn to live together. But when someone says you don't have a right to exist, then it's hard to give them any quarter whatsoever. At least that should be a universal concept, especially for people in metaphysics. And unfortunately, I don't see many people in metaphysics standing up and saying anything like they should, and I'm kind of disappointed in that. So I'm trying to do my share. I'm trying to do it in a moderate way, but I have to be firm that we've got to do a better job as human beings to care about our fellow man. So right now we have Lynn in Ontario. She's joining us today. Orlando, excuse me, different country. So, Lynn, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay, how are you today?
Doing good. Doing good.
Good, good. Do you have a question for me today?
Yes, I do. I guess I just had a major operation, and of course, I'm going to have to change careers, and wondered if you saw anything.
You said this is a major operation that you had, so it just feels like you're going to be in recovery for a little while. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So this is a time for you to not necessarily, if it's possible, of course, not to worry about money, to worry about getting better. This is a time for you to recuperation because this operation was pretty intense. It feels like to me. Is that right?
Yes, that is true.
Okay. Okay. So I understand that you I understand that you want to get back in the swing of things, but it just feels like you haven't accepted the fact that you got to slow down. Okay. So if I
No,
were,
I haven't.
and so I feel like you need to allow your body to heal. I feel like when you start working again, it's going to be you're going to crawl, walk, and then run. Okay. I also feel like this is a time for you to seek out new passions in your life. What makes you happy? I'm not sure that you found that yet. You weren't injured in any way, were you?
Old injuries, but then had an operation to correct them.
Okay, because this was something about an injury that you may have had, and also, are you receiving enough support at home or around the people around you, or you have to go to a rehab facility?
No, I'm at home, so I don't
Okay,
have to go to the rehab.
okay,
And
all right.
I have a lot of support from home and friends.
Okay, okay. Because it just seems to me like everybody is trying to make out schedules and they're trying to just figure out how they're going to give you the support that you need. So for me, it's about taking some time off, maybe doing some reading, maybe doing some exploration on the internet as far as what makes you feel like you have a new passion. You may not be at full strength for a good while. But I think that you have a strong will, and I think that you're going to get as much back on your feet as possible. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, that is true because I kind of want to go back to what I used, not what I did just previously, but about 20 years ago. I want to go back to what I was doing,
Okay, okay. So
which is more the
I think
spiritual aspect.
okay. It's not going to be a physical job. It's going to be more of a spiritual or service type job. Does that make sense?
Yes, yes.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for your call. I appreciate it, and I wish you the very best in your recovery.
Thank you. Appreciate your
Okay.
time.
All right.
Thank you.
You. You're welcome. Bye bye. Okay.
Bye bye.
So one of the things that we're going to be discussing tonight in our mediumship class, Tigger, is the different states of consciousness, and I want to talk a little bit about that because as a psychic, we kind of go in and out of different states of consciousness. And I know that when I am in a group setting and I have to be of two minds, I have to be able to communicate with other people and yet be able to get into my psychic ability. We have to get into another state of mind that is connected to our psychic abilities. And the four states of mind that we have identified are the beta, the alpha, the theta, and the delta states of mind. And of course, we're in our beta mind right now because it's our conscious mind. But as we relax and as we wind down our day, we get into the alpha state. And then when we're getting ready to go to sleep, we go into theta and then in our delta state of mind. And the delta state of mind and the theta state of mind are when we really are getting into the psychic and the soul work. Okay. For psychics, they have to kind of be between beta, alpha, and theta all at the same time, if possible. But the theta, the state of mind, is the one that's going to make you appear a little spacey at times. And for me, after a session of being with people, I am spacey, and it takes a little while for me to kind of get back up to beta. And a lot of times when I'm in that theta state of mind, I start yawning. You know, I start yawning, and I start getting sleepy, and I got to pull myself up out of the out of being from going to sleep because I'm so close to that, and I don't want to just dream my way through a reading, so to speak. So I try to get in those different states of mind, and when a caller calls in, a lot of times I know what they're wanting from the very beginning. But like in the case of our first caller, it was something that was kind of unusual because she had just gone through a surgery, and I don't get that many people with surgeries. So that's why I said, "Do you have a question for me?" So, but we're going to take our next caller. I think our next caller is Cheryl in Houston. And Cheryl, are you there?
Yes, so I'm here.
Okay, how are you today?
My day is good, going on good. Thank you.
Okay. Um, Cheryl, do you listen to the Psychic Radio Network often?
Sometimes I've heard sometimes, and this is my first time getting in there.
Oh, getting in there with my program?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, very good. Well, I go to Houston fairly often, so I hope you'll look for me someplace. I'm not sure where I'll be in Houston, but I hope time soon. So, Cheryl, have you had a recent loss?
Yes.
Okay, was this a husband or a male figure in your life?
Yeah, it is. It is my dad.
Your dad? Okay, because it just feels that he was really extremely important to you. Is that right?
That is right.
Okay. Well, I want you to know that he's here, and he's so happy that you have called upon him to be with you today. And he says, "Don't worry, things are going to be okay." When we lose a parent, we feel like we're orphans, even though we're adults. But I feel like your father was ready. And was there illness around him? Because it feels like he was just struggling a little bit right before he passed.
Yeah, he was in the ICU and everything. Yes, he did have a minor silent attack.
My minor attack. Okay, because it just seemed like he was struggling there. And he says that you're ready. Okay, he says that I don't know. I just feel like y'all were best friends, or y'all the two of you just kind of discuss things a lot about what you were what just life in general. Is that right?
That is right.
Okay, but he says that you're going to be okay. He says that you're ready for the challenges of life, and he says that he's glad that he was able to be with you as long as he was, because it just feels like he was in his 80s or close to 90.
Yeah, he was close to 90.
Close to 90. Okay, because this is kind of what he's showing me. Now, he also says that he had been spending some time in the last few years, kind of, uh, I'm not going to say getting ready for death, but he had kind of gotten his affairs in order. He had kind of gotten rid of a few things. I don't know. He might have even sold some land, or he might have just been just making himself kind of lean and mean, so that he wouldn't leave a lot of problems behind. Because I feel like your father was a very thoughtful person, and he may have been. Did he like to read, or was he a spiritual person? I don't know. This may be a Bible I'm seeing near him. Did he like to read the Bible?
Yeah, he always had, wherever he went, he always had a Bible. He never, when he traveled, it was there to be with him.
He always had his Bible with him. Okay,
Hmm.
but now is mother already in spirit?
Yes. My mother
Okay,
or his
because
mother?
your mother.
No, no, no. She's still alive.
Okay, well then he's with his mother. Okay,
Hmm.
because he says that he was reunited with her. Okay, I was
Hmm.
reunited with mother. So sometimes
Hmm.
fathers call our mother's mother, and but I
Yeah.
think he's just referring to his mother. So it seems to me, hmm, were they not together or what? Because or had they? I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on here. Were they together when he passed?
His mother
Your mother,
or
your
my
mother,
mother.
and
My
your dad.
my mother was
Yeah,
very close to him. Yeah.
they're very
Me
okay.
and my
So they
mother were there with him when he passed.
okay because it just seems to me that he was I don't know, maybe he slept a lot or he just was kind of detached in some way. Okay, uh, but uh,
Hmm.
but he speaks favorably upon your mother. He says that she was a gem. He says that she was someone that he could always depend on and someone he loved very much. Okay, he says that he wishes he had shown it more to her. Okay,
Hmm.
okay. So he just is glad that you're with her and glad that the two of you are bonding together and getting through this grief without him. So it's like I say, he just sends his love to you. He says that everything's okay here. Now it almost feels like he's new in spirit. Is he? Is this fairly recent?
Yeah, it was very recent. It was in May.
In May, okay, because it just feels like he is just kind of getting settled in the spirit world and trying to figure things out, and he's starting to realize he can do things that he used to love to do, and he can do them again in the spirit world. So he says he wants you to be happy for him, and he says I haven't gone anywhere. He says I'm still with both of you. I'm with both of you, and I want both of you to know how much I love you. So so, do you have a question for him before we move on?
I, I just want you to tell him that we love him, and I want you to tell him to take care of my mom wherever she's from, to be with her always.
Okay. Okay. Well, he just says that don't worry. He says I'm going to be right next to her when her time comes, and he says I've never left her before, and I haven't left her now, and I'm never going to leave her. So he says just tell her how much he loves her and how much he misses her. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, and he loves you too. Okay, so take care. I
Okay.
appreciate it, Cheryl, and I hope to maybe meet you sometime in Houston. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay,
Really appreciate
you're welcome. Thank you. Okay, bye bye. So so that's kind of how it works in with the psychic work. And you can see that when Cheryl called, there was kind of an overwhelming feeling I had, and it was a masculine feeling, and it was a feeling of deep love, of deep, and that the man was had a lot of wisdom. That he was a person that had a lot of depth and character, and so it was either a father or a husband, and so it wasn't a useful energy like a child or a son or a baby, and it wasn't certainly an animal, but because I can discern those things, and these are things that you will discern too as you get more and more practiced with it. So I was kind of going through different levels of consciousness in my mind, and so I was of two minds, and I was in my conscious mind, and then I was able to get into that theta area and be able to communicate with Cheryl's father. So these are things that you will be able to do as time goes on. And so, Tigger, I know that you're still with me here, and I'd like for you to maybe come to the spirit gallery we're going to be having in December. You said you might want to do that, and so that you can kind of see it work with live people. But what we're working with here is sound imprints, because I didn't have the pleasure of seeing Cheryl. I didn't have the pleasure of being able to touch anything that she owns, like a wristwatch of her father or anything like that. But I worked off a sound print, which is psychometry, a form of psychometry. And so there's lots of different tools that you can use as a psychic. And when you encounter energy, the tools just kind of automatically kick in. Is it a psychometry tool? Is it clairvoyance? What is it? Which sense or which tools are going to kind of kick in? And so these are things that I've been doing for so long that it comes kind of naturally to me. And if you're new to it, you don't recognize it, and sometimes it can be confusing. But as you get more and more accustomed to this energy, then you can figure it out. You can figure out what's happening to you, because a lot of things are happening to you when you are doing a psychic reading. It's an expense of a lot of energy, and that's why I say a lot of times when I'm in a public forum or I'm doing some things that involve an intense reading, it takes a lot of energy out of me. It's like just like running a mile or a couple of miles, and because you can be exhausted. So some of the psychics, when you're at a psychic fair, you'll find that you're exhausted at the end of them. And I remember when I first started out, I became popular at this psychic fair that I went to, and I loved doing it at first because I only had a few readings. But once people found out that I could do what I do, I started to get lined up, and I became one of the more popular psychics at the fair, and just got to be so intense that the whole next day I just was worthless. I just couldn't do anything. So eventually my business grew, and I didn't need to do the psychic fair anymore, so I left. But our program goes so fast, and it's already time for us to end. And so I want to thank Tigger for joining me today. I hope don't be late for class. So
Thank you, John. I appreciate it.
And tell Selena not to be late either.
All right.
So, but I want to thank all of you for being here. I want to thank my sponsor, Miracles of Joy, for sponsoring our program once again this month. Be sure to go to their website at miraclesofjoy.org and use promo code PS-0223 and buy a whole bunch of stuff. You'll get 25% off. Be sure to like me on Facebook and join me next week here on the Psychic Side. I'm your host, John Capello. Bye-bye.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. And happy Halloween to everybody around this amazing globe of ours. It's the day of the year where they say the veil's at its thinnest. It's the time that we're supposed to be able to connect with past over loved ones much easier. I don't know that that's necessarily the case, but I'm not going to go with against convention either. I think every day is a good day to remember the people that have passed over, the people that we've lost, the people that are no longer with us. I don't know that we necessarily have to have a particular day of the year to celebrate our loved ones on the other side. I like to celebrate them every single day. And it's really, really interesting because here in Australia, Halloween's not such a big thing. It's growing by the year, and it's nice to see the smile on the children's faces as they turn up at the door and sort of say trick or treat, and they're all dressed up in their little costumes and everything. It's a really delightful sight. It just reminds me that we've lost some of the innocence of our youth, that, you know, we need to get back to celebrating things, to finding some joy in things, even if it is something as simple as trick or treating or remembering the people that we've lost, or just getting excited for the festive season to sort of remind us that there should be some joy in our lives and that we need to be able to focus on some of those sort of things, that those memories that disappear all too quick. You know, it's only a fleeting moment in time over our lifetime of these special events, and I think we need to recapture those. You know, we're all mad with our cell phones and our mobile phones and taking pictures, but we're taking pictures randomly. We're not necessarily taking pictures for prosperity like we used to do and put them in a family album and go back and reminisce it, you know, when family members came over or special events. I think we need to get back to some of those traditions. Anyway, this week, the Simply Tarot card of the week is not exactly the most pleasant looking card, but it's the card that came out. And at first I thought, oh, I don't know whether I can sort of bring that card on such a happy show. And then I thought, no, this has actually been the tone of the week. With my clients around the world, I found everybody has been struggling in some form or another. So the Simply Tarot card of the week is the Ten of Wands. Now, it's weighed down with problems and a very heavy load. And as I said, you know, I work with clients all around the world. And this week's theme has been everybody seems to be struggling. Yes, I know we had a very intense moon over the weekend, and that's part of it. But people are starting to struggle with day-to-day issues, things that they thought that they had sorted out, that they had resolved, are coming back to sort of sit squarely in their lap again. And it's like it's a time where I think we all need to look at what's actually happening in our lives and try and resolve any of those issues from the past, and sort of say to ourselves, okay, this is what I need to do. This is how I'm going to handle it. I need to sort of not avoiding it. It's no point in putting it in the closet or the cupboard. It's time now to bring it out, flop it out in the front, and sort of try and find an easier way of carrying this heavy load. Sometimes just acknowledging it and working with it can make it a lot easier than it would if we just ignored the situation. So that's the Simply Tarot card of the week. Now, this week I want to do a little bit of bragging because it is Simply Tarot's birthday. I brought this set out worldwide 18 years ago, and it's 18 years today, and it only seems like yesterday that this was launched and went worldwide. And I couldn't be prouder of the set. You know, we brought out a book, a DVD, a set of cards, and we took the cards, or we we brought the Rider-Waite deck, which was the most popular deck in the world, into the 21st century with real purpose-shot photographs, and we were the first ones to put the basic meaning of the card on the bottom of the card, and it revolutionised the way people learnt tarot around the world. So to say that I'm a proud mama would be an understatement. I'm still very proud, still very excited of our accomplishments, and, you know, there's been many, many other sets that my publisher has brought out since then on the basis of the Simply Tarot set, but that was our original one. That was our original baby with the DVD, and it's still selling worldwide, even though it's been out of print for many, many years now. The people that have still got a little bit of stock like me are still selling and still selling well. So let's get on to the astrology section. Now, this week it's going to seem as if it's a little bit heavy, and I don't want it to sound as if it's too heavy, but I want to warn you that we have a lot of intense energy sitting in Scorpio at the moment. And anytime we have a lot of energy sitting in Scorpio, it sort of feels as if everything's very heavy. And, you know, that goes very nicely with the card of the week, you know, weighed down with the problems. And the Scorpio energy is asking us to delve deeper. It's asking us to dig into our reserves to sort of, yes, we might feel a little bit flat. Yes, we might feel as if the load's a little bit heavy, but at the same time, we can draw on resources that maybe we're not even sure that we own, or that we've tucked away for a rainy day, and now's the time to sort of draw on those resources. So the sun is actually in Scorpio, so happy birthday to all the Scorpios. It's your time of the year to shine and enjoy yourself and party on, and, you know, and be thankful you've made another year in your life, and, you know, look at all the milestones that you've been able to achieve since your last birthday. Now, the sun is conjunct or holding hands the next two planets. It's conjunct and holding hands the Mars, the planet of action. Now, Mars is the planet that gets us out of bed of a morning. It's the one that gives us the determination, the drive. Sometimes can be said the planet of ego. I wish the spirits would stop tickling me today, but they're letting me know that they're everywhere. So I do apologise. And it's interesting with Mars sitting here, conjunct or holding hands, the sun in Scorpio, because Mars sort of really wants to get everybody up off the chair, get things moving, get things, you know, motivated and sort of chugging along at a nice pace. And I'm not saying the sun doesn't want to do that. But when you've got something in a Scorpio energy, it sort of says, now, hang on a minute, let's just slow this down a little bit. Let's just take a little bit more stock. Let's just look at this a little bit more carefully. Maybe it's not quite the way that you think it is. And Mars wants to be one of those planets that wants to race, you know, take off at 100 miles an hour as if we're in a racing car track, instead of sort of slowing down and analysing and looking at things. And the Scorpio energy requires that, because it's an intense energy. It's an energy that says, now, hang on a minute, we have to make sure that we thoroughly explore this. So it's in a little bit of conflict there, even though Mars is going to try and sort of thaw the ice out a little bit of Scorpio, and Scorpio will try and refreeze it. It will sort of actually all play out and come together. We also have Mars, the planet of action, is conjunct or holding hands Mercury, which is the planet of communication. So if you can imagine, these three planets are sort of holding hands like children do in a playground. So we've got the sun, we've got Mars, and we've got Mercury. Now, Mercury's the planet of communication. Sometimes people are sort of said to sort of, if they have the planet Mercury in Scorpio in their natal chart, that's in your birth chart when you were born, sometimes are said to have, you know, razor blades for breakfast, that they can really sort of cut people down to size if they really feel you need a good talking to or a dressing down, or sort of, you know, bring you back into reality. You talk to somebody that's either a Scorpio or somebody that's got Mercury in Scorpio, because they'll certainly do the job. So we have to be careful here, each and every of the 12 signs, to make sure that if we need to have a serious conversation and it's the time to do it, and we feel that, you know, time's running out and it's the perfect time to do it, make sure that we put a little bit of sugar on top of the acidy sort of conversation that we're going to have. Sometimes, you know, that age-old song, a little bit of sugar helps the medicine go down. Well, that certainly works here. So we need to be aware of that, even though the conversations may be intense, may be detailed, may be very necessary, may be something that we're very passionate about, and, you know, we might get a little bit hot under the collar about it, we need to make sure that we put it across in such a way that it's non-threatening, it's not aggressive, that we're putting it across in a not so much a softer way, but in a more palatable way, so that we don't get the other person's guard up or their back up and they sort of just automatically shut their ears down because they don't want to listen to what's being said. But if we put it in a more palatable way, then I think we will actually get better results out of this. Now, I know I said it's going to be fairly intense, and it is, because now I'm going to turn around and suggest to you those 3 planets that are holding hands in the playground are now sort of like at war or at opposing forces with the planet Jupiter sitting in Taurus. So what this means is Jupiter is the planet of expansion, opportunity, and luck. It's sitting in Taurus. It's trying to help us sort of ground our finances, improve our bank balances, help us, get where we need to go, expand our lives in a practical, logical, down-to-earth sort of manner. And it doesn't mean all of us are going to race out and buy a new house or go out and buy something really expensive. It just means that we're looking at ways of trying to increase our finances or bring our finances into an area of life where we're more comfortable with it. And I know there's many people around the world that are struggling at the moment with interest rate rises, and people are losing jobs, and economies and things like that aren't as buoyant as what we would like them to be, particularly after we've come out the other side, supposedly, of COVID, that, economies around the world were supposed to be getting back to normal. People were traveling, people were bringing their lives back into some sort of normality. But sometimes the new normality has been that people have lost their jobs or don't have as many hours, or interest rates are starting to bite and they're struggling to put food on the table and things like this. So it's sort of about reorganizing what is really important to you. And this is where Jupiter's coming in, and not necessarily saying I can give you a bag full of money. But what he's saying is look around and see where you can improve your resources. It may just be by sort of having a more simple lifestyle. Maybe it's time to downsize the house to something that's more affordable, instead of having all these rooms you don't use and you're constantly cleaning, that, get something that better suits your needs. So we've got Jupiter opposing the sun. So Jupiter's sort of saying to the sun there, well, okay, what is it that you really want? It's time now to be really practical, be really clear about what you want. Take the rose-colored glasses off. Stop blaming everybody else if your life's not going the way that you want it to, and look at what you're responsible for. So it's a push-pull sort of situation. And the same with Jupiter and Mars here. Jupiter's sort of saying to Mars, well, look, that's all well and fine that you want to get out of bed and motivate everybody and be angry and all fired up, but there's got to be a reason for it. There's got to be a good result comes out of this. No point in just running around ranting and raving and upsetting everybody without a result. Jupiter wants results. And I think that that's the important thing. And Jupiter opposing Mercury here is also sort of saying, well, yes, it's fine to have conversations and it's fine to have a lot to say, but make sure what you're saying makes sense, that it's, it's constructive, it's helpful, it's helping people gain answers, it's helping people bring their lives more into balance. So it's been of energy because it is like a push-pull energy. It will be going on for the next week. So just be aware of everything that I've spoken about. It applies to all the 12 signs. Yes, possibly a little bit more to Scorpios, Pisces and Cancer, and the opposite sign of Taurus, but it does affect each and every sign. And it is a time where, we really need to make sure not only do we have our listening ears on, but making sure that we're really listening to what other people are saying. And bearing in mind, Jupiter here is trying to help us, even though Jupiter's a little bit hobbled because he's retrograde at the moment, but it's still trying to make our world a better place, our own personal world a better place. We still have Saturn, the planet of discipline and restriction and I think, determination, sitting in Pisces. It's just been going backwards for a little while. It will be going backwards until the early part of November. Now, it's really interesting, and I know we're nearly into November, but, Saturn's been going retrograde for a while now, and it's sort of been sort of like, it's almost as if I'm running out of puff. It's as if I'm running out of steam to try and get some of these new ideas I want off the ground. I know they're good, but I don't seem to be able to get the right opening. That will start to sort of ease off over the coming weeks. We'll start to feel as if we gain some traction. Neptune, the planet of creativity and illusion, and delusion is also still sitting in Pisces, still going retrograde. So it's sort of almost like one step forward, 3 steps backwards. It's sort of like, yes, we get a bit of traction. We get people to start listening to us, start to see the creative side of things or the things that I'm trying to implement. And then all of a sudden it's like they slam the door in your face and it's like you've got to start all over again. So you just got to be aware that, these planets will come out of retrograde before the end of the year. Things will start to improve. This, it's hard when we as a collective globe are all dealing with our own individual issues, and then we're dealing with the nation's issues and the country's issues and the continent and then the world. And it's sort of like there's just so much going on in the world at the moment. We don't really know where to turn. We'll wrap it up with Pluto still sitting in Capricorn. We'll be there till January 2024 on the last, little hurrah here of Pluto, but sometimes that can seem the most intense. I've been banging on for many years now about Pluto's role is to sort of try and, bring some transparency to governments around the world, to anything official. It's also asking us to look at climate change, whether you believe in it or not. Look at the weather events that are happening. They're not just, one-offs. They're happening constantly. Here in Australia, we're in the massive fire season again. So I feel for those people that have lost their homes and going through bushfires and everything at the moment in a number of states here in Australia. And I'm sure there's other fires, burning and raging around the world with other weather events as well. And, Pluto is asking us on a personal level to make sure that we haven't deceived anybody, that we're not deliberately trying to hurt somebody, rip them off in any way, because if we are, we will get caught out and the consequences will not be very pleasant. So, it's up to each and every one of us to look at our conscious, look at our life and sort of say, am I doing the very best? Am I being the very, very best person that I can be? Because that is actually what Pluto is actually asking us to do before he moves into Aquarius, which will be a very unknown situation because Pluto takes 224 years to go around the zodiac, and we need to look at that very, very carefully. So we're going to take our first caller, which is Michelle in Blackpool in Lancashire. Are you there, Michelle?
I am. Hello?
Yeah, hi, Michelle. How can I help you today? Do you have a question I can answer for you?
I just want, I don't know, really, anything.
It's just easier for me because we have such limited time on the show, Michelle. Well, if you've got a direct question, I'm happy to answer it for you. If not, I can just generally have a look.
I'm just like a bit of guidance, but more importantly, just like to hear from my daughter if possible.
Okay, and what's your daughter's first name, please, Michelle?
Faye.
Can you repeat that, please?
Faye, with an E.
Oh, okay. Right, okay. All right. Has there been some massive changes and endings in her life recently? Because I'm feeling as if there's a lot of change, a lot of turbulence, a lot of things that are going to start to settle back down again now. It's interesting because I feel she's a high energy girl, but at the same time, I think she lacks a lot of confidence in herself and her own abilities to be able to achieve things. She starts things with great gusto, and then it's all of a sudden the panic or the fear sets in, and it's like then she sort of stands frozen, and then, we've got to sort of build that momentum again. 2024 will be much easier for her than 2023's been. I see, love around her, but I more importantly see her finally getting on her path, being able to work out what it is that she wants, where she wants to go. She doesn't feel that comfortable. What, sweetie?
Sorry, my daughter passed away in July.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that. Well, she's coming through to me as if she's still got things that she wants to achieve. So, I appreciate she's on the other side, but I think she's trying to give you a message, Mum, that she's there, she's happy, she's working through the issues. So when she was here on Earth, was there a lot of emotional issues that she had to try and sort of come to terms with?
Yeah. She did.
I think what she was trying to do was try to put things I think she was trying to put things into a positive spin for you as her mother to let you know that, she's doing okay on the other side, because the way she was sort of presenting it to me as if she was still here and this is what I'm doing and that's what I've been doing and I'm working hard at things, and that's good because, they do have roles and work they do when they go through the other side. They don't just go over there and party. So, she's around you all the time. I'm so sorry for your loss. It must be something that is unfathomable, how you move past this, how you honour your daughter and still at the same time try and get on with living in some way. I really don't know how you do that when you've lost a child. It's something that's quite devastating, I'm sure. But just know that she's with you. She's at peace now. She loves you, but there's a dark-headed man around her in spirit. Was there a male friend or a boyfriend or something that she was very close to?
My sister's partner, he passed at the same age.
Right. That must be who she's with. Okay, that must be who she's with then. So All right, yeah. That's where she is, Michelle. But I'm going to have to leave it there. But look, my heart goes out to you. Just know that she's okay. She's with, your sister's partner, and she's flourishing. I mean, there was just so many things here. There's nothing you could have done to prevent this. I think that's the message that she wants to share with me. That you couldn't have changed what happened. It happened, and she's at peace now. That's what she keeps telling me. She keeps telling me she's at peace, and she keeps showing me an orange balloon, and I don't know what that means in anything.
No, not sure.
Normally they give me a bunch of flowers or something to give you, but she's giving me an orange balloon.
Well, Blackpool's orange, so I don't know if that's irrelevant. The football's orange.
Yeah,
so.
look, it might come to you later on at what it means, but maybe it's a pumpkin. Maybe she's just trying to show you that she's happy and she knows what day it is, and she's part of the festivities. I'm not sure, but I just saw a single orange balloon being let go up into the sky. Like sometimes do at funeral services and things like that, they let balloons go. This was a single one, so I'm going to leave that with you, Michelle, and I hope that your year gets a little bit brighter for you. So we're going to talk with Michelle in Robbinsville in New Jersey in the USA. Are you there, Michelle?
Oh, hi. How are you?
Very well, thank you, sweetie. Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween.
How can I help you
I'm
today?
out trick-or-treating with my children. I just want some resolution. Guys, I'm on a call, so just go to the next house. Sorry. What's it called? I just want confirmation. Things have been really a struggle financially, emotionally. My daughter just moved back into the house, and it's been one difficulty after another. Mm-hmm. And I just want things to be peaceful in my life.
I can understand that, Michelle. Look, I don't know that your daughter's going to be staying with you for that much longer. Look, maybe into the first couple of months of 2024, but I think she's going to be moving on again. She is difficult. I understand that. She's shall we say, a high energy sort of person, and not always in the most positive of ways. She sort of puts her energy everywhere, but she's got to learn to be able to cohabitate with other people as well. Look, I think finances are certainly going to improve. I don't know that there's going to be a great deal of improvement between now and the end of the year, as we're coming into, the pointy end of the year, and it's always more expensive. But certainly 2024 is shaping up to be a much, much easier year than 21, 22, 23 have been for you. And it's like finally you can sort of exhale, you can sort of breathe out and say, yes, finally I feel like I'm gaining some traction, I'm getting somewhere. There's a lot of spirit activity around you at the moment. There's lots of people sort of jumping in and out, just sort of saying hi, waving and all this sort of stuff. Too many people for me to try and share with you. But just know that your family members on the other side know the struggles that you've been going through. They're working really hard to try and help you sort of get your life into a better place. They keep saying to me that you've got tears that you're not releasing. Is there, have you been fighting back the tears? You're trying to be strong?
Oh, yeah, trying to be strong for my children, 3 of them. I'm going through a divorce. Things have been really difficult. And my daughter moving home, it's just been like my whole world was shaken up and down. And both my kids have like mental health issues and suicidal this past spring. And it just was really stressful having them both attempt a day apart. So it was, it really sent my finances in a tizzy because who was yelling? Sorry. Okay.
All right.
Okay. I'm sorry. Guys, go back to the lady. This lady's just screaming at me.
You're fine.
Go back to her over there, please.
It's good to see the children are out trick-or-treating, and that's what the show's all about, is, things happening in real live time and us being a little tiny part of your family for a few moments. Look, I know things are going to get easier. Look, once the divorce has gone through and we've got that sort of completely final and in the rear vision mirror, you're going to start to feel as if you're back in the driver's seat again of your own life. I mean, I appreciate and understand the struggles you've been through with your children, with their mental health issues and things like that. You can't blame yourself for that. Nobody has answers at why this happens or why somebody's children end up in this state. It's not your fault. It's just sometimes a chemical imbalance or other, factors that create this. But what I was seeing was your children are starting to come out the other side of that now. I think you can sort of start to breathe a sigh of relief there. But they were showing me the tears that were dammed up have got to be released. They've got to be released, Michelle, for your own mental health. Even if it's in private, even if it's, you're watching a movie and all of a sudden you start howling, well, let them out. Don't sort of try and hold them back. But I know 2024 is going to be a much, much better year for you and your family, Michelle. And, once we get this divorce well and truly out of the road, I think you'll then be able to regroup and sort of reorganize your new normal in your life, and things will certainly get better. So enjoy the rest of your night trick-or-treating, and I'm sure it's an absolute pleasure to be going with the children and seeing the delight on their faces. So that's where we're going to leave Michelle. She's off trick-or-treating with the children. How wonderful. And, this week has been a really difficult week, as I said at the beginning of the show, with, lots of people around the world sort of really, really feeling the intensity of things that are happening in their lives at the moment. There's no one particular reason, as I mentioned about, the intense moon we had over the weekend, and the planetary configurations at the moment are fairly intense. But I think it's that time of the year, and I think we've all been through so much as a globe in the last 10 years that maybe we're all a little bit worn out, emotionally frazzled a little bit, that we can't cope with much more. And that's very understandable. So I think the most important thing I can share with you is be kind to yourself. Find something that makes you smile. Put some music on, or your favorite movie or something. Allow yourself some time to just be. I think sometimes we're just so busy, we don't allow ourselves to just stand still or sit still and sort of say, I'm allowed to do that. Nobody has to give me permission. I'm giving myself permission to do that. So this week I was going to leave you with a song that is an old favourite of mine and one of my most favourite singers, and I think it's pretty appropriate for the show. It's called Spooky by David Cassidy. I mean, I know many people have covered that song, but I particularly like his version of the song. And, Halloween, as I said, is a magical time of the year, and the wonderment that we see on the children's faces, I think, is everything. And, here in Australia, we had Halloween last night, and we had many, many little visitors at our front door picking up their goodies, trick-or-treating in their beautiful little outfits. And my favourite one was a little baby that was 8 months old, dressed up as a pumpkin. Her aunt brought her over from across the road with the older children to go trick-or-treating, but just to see the look of magic in this little baby's eyes. Here she was all dressed up in a little pumpkin outfit, and she didn't really know what was going on, but she could feel the excitement of the older children getting excited, and they were all dressed up in their beautiful little costumes and their dark eyes, and trying to be scary like ghosts and things like that. And it's a delight to see, particularly as you get older and you don't have little children around, to get the joy out of someone else's children knocking on the door and saying trick or treat is a real treat. So until next week, enjoy David Cassidy. I know you're going to really enjoy that version of Spooky. He does a really beautiful version, particularly if you can look it up on YouTube, with those beautiful, gorgeous paisley green eyes of his, sort of really sort of looking quite dreamy and handsome. So until next week, happy Halloween, and I hope you have lots and lots of treats in your life. Bye for now.